All right, welcome for joining us. Thanks so much for the ill-fated
Ooh.
session 26. Oh my gosh, we're reaching numbers here.
We're
Okay,
going up there.
yeah, we're getting up there. Say that to the Nameless Fellowship. Shout out to them on session 50. So it's good.
Yeah, double what we are.
Oh yeah. So where are we at? It's rather simple, honestly. We have tracked a hag creature from a pocket cottage, uh, and their coven, which was slain, and tracked them as they had stolen or taken, quote unquote, right, and passed this amulet on, which has an odd and interesting black gemstone piece in it. And that amulet kind of came from, which we imagine, they have it's right Merlin, right? So the boy. Um, it's the whole reason why we went to the tracking, right? Some beast, some creature. So it's the whole reason why we're in the Smallwood. And why did this hag take it and then run, right? And so we had a couple of people that were tracking and going through and trying to go through the Smallwood, tracking the creature down. And all of a sudden we had the sounds of thunderous wings. We had the motion and movement of the trees and the war horns from the fort signaling that they had spotted the black dragon. For all of you, it did not matter. This thing was going to land nearby the hag and then go ahead and initiate a transfer. Perhaps the only reason why the actual coven had this, maybe not even taking the boy for whatever nefarious purpose, was just really to get it. So Grugash is very much aware of what these gemstones are, and is also very interested in obtaining them. It seems. Then we had a conversation with the Black Dragon, and the conversation was showcasing how Grugash is within themselves, right? Their personality. And the difference is, I think, based on what Ithrin, which is another dragon that we have faced, one of the others. So, is that Grugash is intelligent, but also willing to cut a deal. They are, they wanted to strike something up with you all. And it was really to leave them alone, right? Let them do what they're going to do. They'll leave the fort alone, right? The undead horde will stop. And then they had two masters. Then that changed a little bit to being like, which master am I following? And they seemed to kind of lose themselves a little bit. Then we had the lightning sprouting. So one of the party members, Eris, I'm looking at you, decided that I was going to pull out the coin, kiss the coin, to call Daddy Damodar to the table because, hey, look, your dragon's it's not following orders, commands, right? It's making a deal
Killed my
behind your
bird.
back. Killed your bird. Damodar showed up. And I don't know, it could be surprising for some of you. It might not. But Damodar didn't really care. Right? Like they kind of were like, okay, serve me, whatever, go back to where you're from. But like Daminar was like this, and the dragon was like down here on the power level dimension thing that was happening between them. And then Daminar turned to all of you and really struck another kind of arrangement, right? You want to be best friends? Do you want to blah blah blah? Like, and it was to try to stop this quest that you all are kind of on, right? You all are doing. So they hinted at a few pieces of information. Not a whole lot, but they were just kind of hinting around. Maldory kind of picked up on that, like giving away some of this information as they talked. It was seemingly that Damodar did not care that they were doing that. One of the things that was crystal clear, I'd imagine to all of you, is that Damodar could slash would not kill you. And it was for a purpose. There is a reason why. Could be that they need you, right? Maybe there's something that they need. See, that's the whole reason why they have maybe commanded these dragons, something that they need. There's a purpose behind it, right? There's always a purpose. So that gets to kind of the juices flowing. That's where we're going to go ahead and start, right? Because we kind of pretty much ended it with Damodar leaving. We had picked up the amulet, right? Shoveling through the massive amounts of dirt and rock from the dragon. So we've picked that up. We now have that in our possession. And we're really just kind of winding down from the experience at the cottage, turning into this pocket cottage. Now, I think it's Zeph, you have it, right?
I believe, yeah.
Yeah, you had it transform, right, into like a box. So it's smaller. Their name is Herbert. So, and then going from that to this, like that all happened in a very short time span. So, let me get the ambience going. I'll let you all start.
We do have a question though.
Hmm.
So if Zeph dies, in between the time that we can res him, is it gonna eat him?
It's the contract.
Well, it's an intelligent creature. I'm sure it could probably be reasoned with, like, hey, he's coming back.
That's the question I'm asking.
That's
Or
yeah.
we just smash the box. One of the two.
Yeah, the one person with the resurrection is the one person who's signed away their body upon death.
So did we get the stone off of the ground? I don't remember.
No,
Right.
it was
Yeah.
second, wasn't it?
No, he
No.
smashed it into the dirt. You guys had dug it up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
Tegan
we had
picked it up.
ended with digging out the
Oh, right.
amulet with that black gemstone piece in it. Yeah, we had ended with that because we're kind of getting to some other things people wanted to start, and so I was like, hey, let's tee it up because we're kind of at the end of the times before we get into anything else.
I'll try to combine it with mine, like the way I saw Tegan do his. Whenever we get it out of the ground.
Okay. Probably remove Tegan's token at this point. So he won't be joining us for today.
Oh, he's been taken by that bat.
No.
That fucking
Not the
invisible
bat. Okay. So as you take your original stone out and you hold the amulet up and you're kind of putting two and two, you begin to kind of move them. Both stones in whatever settings they're currently in actually begin to liquefy as they begin to pull into the air. They become liquid in this kind of viscous material and this black nature, and they begin to intertwine themselves together. As they intertwine, they form a crescent shape, very much like that of a moon. And it becomes slightly more translucent and has these kind of cracks and spines within the actual shape itself, but still smooth, right? Some aspects. And then the size-wise of this crescent, it has to be 2 to 2.5, 3 inches as far as point to point, all the way down. And as it's kind of there, hovering in the air, there is a little bit of almost like an effect to it in the light. It's almost like when the light hits it, it gets sucked up in it. Like it just kind of disappears in a way. And so you're really just kind of seeing the absence of that light in the space, and that's forming some of the shapes of the stone. You then kind of take it in your hand, and as you take it there, realizing, can't fit into the other settings that you might have, wherever it was before prior to, can't go into the amulet setting, can't go into the ring, right? So you're kind of just having it there in the palm of your hand.
Okay. I'll put it back. I'll put it into my bag then.
Okay.
I have to tell my dad I lost our family heirloom. That'll be fun.
Saw Thanos' eyebrows raise when he heard it sucks up light.
Right.
I'll walk over to where most of the group is, and I'll pull it back out and show everybody how it interacts with the light and stuff.
Would seem you are one step closer to your
Yeah, I think
ability to
that
hunt the
gave
dragon.
me the wrong stone. I think this should be Thanos' stone. Well, the way it hates light.
I wonder if you will be able to maintain your light cantrip if it absorbs light around it.
Oh, that's an interesting idea. I'll cast light in my other hand and hold the light cantrip up to the stone and see how that interacts.
Like it's like two magnets of opposite polarization.
Yeah, so you're holding the
Boom!
lights, right? You're casting some source of light here, pulling it up. You can notice that again, it's not just artificial or natural light. It seems to continue with that pattern, not fully absorbing all light. It's not what it's doing, but it's just has a way about it that it's kind of pulling some of the luminosity of that light source.
Okay.
Perhaps opposites attract, and that's why the stone found you and not me.
That's an interesting way of looking at it. So, should we head back? Because I want to maybe start to try to look for the third piece.
Yeah, that is the question. I mean, like we came out here originally for the hag. We published that. Do we want to stay out here and continue with the whole continue on with the thing with the Black Dragon? Deal with that, or do we want to head back and deal with something else?
I suspect if we venture on into the marshes, we shall be there for some time, and who knows where that may lead next. If we have any business in the town, including and not limited to resupplying, we should probably do that first.
Okay, well, let's do that then.
Do we need to rest first? Some of you were badly injured, as I recall. Is everyone
We
okay?
can always seek out the healer Paxina in town for those of us that are injured. And Thanos is just gonna kind of look at his shoulder that was bitten and everything, and
Yeah, I wanted to talk to her as well because I heard she made potions. Maybe we can get some acid resistance potions from her.
Let's get back to town then.
I think so.
You're up to date on your rabies potion.
Yeah, are you going to turn into a hag? I slept through most of that fight. I honestly don't know who did what.
yeah. Speaking of you sleeping through that fight, Varys, what did you do to Maldor? You came in and Maldor just stood there.
I think your teleportation magic needs a little bit of
No,
fine-tuning.
no, that's not what happened. I came in, the hag in the corner behind us, the one that ended up running away, cast a spell on you, and I wasn't ready to counterspell, so I couldn't do anything about it. Sorry about that.
It's a likely story from a bearer of light.
But if you don't want to go on teleportation rides anymore, I'll grab somebody else.
You thought quickly. I commend your decision making. Just really wanted to hit a hack.
Yeah, that really did suck.
If it makes you feel any better, I got to watch one get smashed.
No, I think that was the one that froze me, based on what you just told
Yeah,
me.
it was.
So that is
Yeah.
rather satisfying.
Yeah. All right.
Can we go on then?
As we're walking, I don't know if this is possible, but as we're walking back to the town, can I cast Identify ritually on the stone?
We're gonna go probably. I'm just gonna give you the information right now, based on what you were doing with like locate object and a couple of things that we had prior to. Is that the stone is immune to divination magic, so a ritual casting of identification is not going to yield anything. The only thing that we have for you, as the group is concerned too, is when we did detect magic. We were detecting the magic coming off of it, right? Even though detect magic, we're going into the realm of seeing that aura, right? That magic around the object, not necessarily the object itself. So,
And then
with-
didn't it give off like every school of magic?
yeah, correct. Yeah, so it was giving off all schools of magic, right? In a very kind of one kind of source sense, I would say, right? Coming from that from that object. But with an identification, you actually have to touch it, and then you're almost divining its properties in the future, right? That's what identification is. You're looking at what the object's properties is in the past and the future, like who's had possession. Like that's what identification does. That's the reason why you know like the name of it and like all the stuff it does, because you're actually looking in the past or the future.
And then not to be too much, but I'm interested if I do the same, like if I attempt the same thing on Teganstone that's already complete, is there a different outcome?
No, it's the same outcome.
Okay.
Yep. So it sounds from the conversation from you all is that we're going back to Fort Farron, right? To kind of
Temporarily, at least.
Yeah, then to try to find Paxina, I think was our first goal.
Okay. So head back to Fort Farron to get some more supplies, things like that. You know, all that jazz. Okay. Cool.
We also we never spoke with the commander. We had agreed to catch up with him.
Right. We can do that after, right? We talk to Paxina.
Sure.
Unless
I
you
would
wanna
also
do
like
it
to-
first.
Check on the stagecoach.
You just want to frighten Andy.
Yeah.
Gotta work it. Gotta work it.
Yeah.
Well, I have to let him know that we're going to be gone longer than originally anticipated, so I just need him to take care of it for an extra couple of weeks, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Which you
got
already paid for.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So when we go through the Smallwood, right? We're going back basically the way we came on the tracking. We're just gonna go backtrack out. It's gonna be a couple hours because this time you might not be moving at a fast pace, right? Based on the combat and other things, there's not really anything telling you have to move quickly and all of that. So you're taking your time. You're noticing again hunter parties, other things. They have their kills for the day. Getting back to Fort Farron, and we're reaching the afternoon. Right, this is very similar, in the end of work time. So when you come out from the Smallwood back to the road after your hike through the forest, people that work in the timber company, the lumberyard, they're heading home. Right, they're filling their carts or their wagons full of some of the wood maybe they've procured for the day for themselves. Maybe they're taking it out to some homesteads, some farmlands that need this, particularly timber, or perhaps they're actually being paid by the owners of the company to go up to Athema and deliver it as well. So those are all things that are kind of happening now. And then the foot traffic is quite dense, showing that a good number of individuals within this actual town, it's all attached to the fort, they work here. This might be a primary source of income here. Deciduous trees are not very tall. They're also very nutrient as far as they're well fed and certain things. So it's a very good piece of wood and can be used across the board to places like Othema, which doesn't have trees, right? So this might be a decent source for that. So you pass through the...
tree.
Yeah, one tree, right? They pass through the northern entrance, kind of following the crowd, following the individuals, noticing the Dublin door, right? Dublin gates just open. They have never seemed to be closed. You've never observed them to be. And people are just kind of walking through, talking about their daily business, and really not talking about a whole lot of what happened with the siege, right? With the undead. They're really keeping to themselves in a way of talking about like the weather or the time of day. Like, are you gonna go ahead to Lump-Sum Tavern, get an ale? Are you gonna head home? Got some homebrew going down there. Maybe I'll get something over your house. So really, that might be kind of that blindfold we talked about that's put upon by Commander Rimar Luna. Maybe that's something that it's just done, right? But they're kind of making sure everyone's kept at peace, everyone's going through their normal lives, like it's not trying to impede them by any way. So then eventually pass by the temple there, right? You get to the crossroads, multiple different pathways of this cobbled road as people are beginning to fan out from the density of the crowd. The temple has the Dublin doors that are open. There's people that are freely going in there to prayer, to go to their own service, right? It's an open temple. And just by the look of it from the inside, it's very traditional, right? Balcony kind of overhang, these semi-arched kind of spacing with the pillars that are kind of spiralized up, and the wooden and stone pews that sit along the central aisle that goes and works its way to the altar. So you are now making the decision of where to go first, right? Paxina's? Are we heading to the tavern to get some food, to get some rest? Are we going to the keep, maybe talk to the commander? You're back here at the fort.
We doing commander then Paxina, or Paxina then commander?
Well, Commander's probably closer, I believe, coming from the west.
You are technically here. So there's only there's three entrances into the actual town, unless you wanted to go through where the walls were destroyed and go back through the keep, which you totally can. Like, you can go that way and go through, right? Or even just scale the wall over there, right? It's up to y'all.
So Paxina is closer, right?
Yeah, I suppose we don't really have pressing business with the commander. We just said that we would stop by.
Yeah, let's just go to Paxina's, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like we don't have any fight or quarrels over that one, so we'll head over there first. All right. So the overcast overhang begins to slightly, kind of rain now. So that's transitioning as you begin to make your way to the northeastern side of the town, going through the sparse density of some of the trees, the deciduous, like the still the small one, kind of pouring in here, and the dirt rock pathways and the shrubberies and many different kind of animal pens for like farm animals and things. So they keep goats and pigs and even some cattle in here. And you're almost like winding through gardens as well, right? And you're just kind of making way in the general direction of where you imagine Paxines to be based on some of the commoner descriptions, right? Some of the people maybe you've just asked, right, through the road there, or maybe you talked about, we retconned that, but could say we heard the conversation at the tavern as well. We can always ask that. And so you're just kind of heading in that general direction. There's no signage or anything for any of these buildings. And so you're having to like stop and look. And, is that it? Is that it? And then eventually you get to the corner, right? You can see the walls kind of overhang from the north into the east. And it's just like a forest in a way. But the trees are interesting. They are a orangish and purplish leaf deciduous tree. And they grow ranging from 17 to like 30 feet tall. And then underneath are of a variety of very non-native plants, all of which are really strange. They kind of have some bioluminescence to them. They might be growing some really interesting fruits to them. And it's just odd in the way that they look and kind of culminate together. It's very segmented and separated from the rest of the vegetation that you experience in the town and the Smallwood, right? There is a loose kind of dirt path that goes off of the cobbled road, and then a weathered kind of sign that is almost interlinked to a rickety picked fence that kind of goes around this garden and these plants here. And the weathered sign just kind of says like Paxina, and that's like crudely kind of like etched into the weathered wood, like kind of carved in, and it's like hanging off, right, of the pickety fence. And so you're now getting onto the pathway. Like, this obviously is it. We can't see the house from here, but this is where the sign goes, and you're kind of winding back and forth and going through the space, and eventually you can see the structure and the smoke billowing through the tops of the trees. The vegetation is continuing, like they don't stop, right, even up towards the building. And it becomes very apparent that like the plants are encroaching on the building, like they're growing on it, and they're kind of working themselves along the walls and going all the way up even to the second story of the structure. Now, you know that there's someone or something in there because the smoke from the chimneys is billowing smoke, and there's also some dim candlelight coming from the circular kind of moss-covered glass windows that are on the first and the second floor. There is some rock kind of walling that goes in between the structure and the plants, right? You can see that, and that's kind of forming it around. And then the clay tiled roof has bits and pieces of like vine and twigs and brambles of dry fern, plant-like material. And all in all, it's just really odd. You then kind of continue through on the path coming up to the front door, which is a semi arched, medium sized humanoid door, very weathered with kind of this wooden triangular like handle. And there are these elvish like runes upon the door. They aren't elvish per se, but they are a form of elvish, very old form of elvish. And they form a very intricate pattern across the wood. And then looking at the left and the right of the molding of the door, you also see very similar runes of that nature. Now, as far as languages are concerned, Thanos, you know this is Sylvan. So, for those who speak Sylvan, this is what this is. And these runes, they speak of protection from not evil spirits, which is something we talked about, but like it is showcasing a very similar nature to that, but it's now referencing the marshes of Valen. And it's speaking about a place called Thixia. And it's speaking about a place called the Redwoods. And it's saying to kind of protect from the undead, protect from the spirits that exist within the forest, and to protect the Thixians, protect the people, protect the Fae. That's what you're reading upon this door, and it's kind of like showcasing a story, showcasing a telling. One of the non-canon things in my homebrew is elves, particularly wood elves. They actually inscribe the stories of their lineage and their lives on the wood of their housing and materials. So this kind of stands out to that in some extent.
Okay. One question for you: do Varys or I recognize any of these plants from kind of my vision / past? I know that while I was running from the marshes, it was still kind of breaking, but I wasn't sure if these look like things from the marshes.
No, these plants do not look like the plants in the marshes.
After reading the etching, I'll kind of look to everyone. It seems as if she's written some history here. Protecting may even be magical in a way to protect herself from the marshes and the fog. It does speak of protecting the Fae. There's a chance I might not be able to pass through these doors.
Yeah, you should be fine.
Orcivis is part of me.
You want to push?
I'll probably go last.
Get a running
I'll-
start.
I'll give it a knock on the door.
Okay. We give a knock onto the door, and after a couple minutes, you're questioning a little bit. There's no answer, there's no movement, and then eventually you can hear the shuffling of wood, and then a shrill voice from inside the structure. One moment. You wait 5 minutes. The voice becomes
What is she doing in there?
a little bit louder of shuffling, and eventually the handle turns and the door swings open. And you can observe a very old wood-like elf. The eyes are purple, the hair is a wavy auburn. They wear a gown of leaves and vine over a piece of what imagines hide armor and trousers. It's quite hunched over at this point, and there's many scars across the wrinkled flesh. It would seem from all of your perspectives that this elf is very near death based on their age. As they're hunched over looking at all of you standing there, they... How can I help you?
We were hoping to maybe get some potions made. We heard that you did that.
I do, I brew.
And then we had a couple questions, if you
Well-
don't mind answering.
No. Oh, I don't mind. Of course not. See, as they're kind of gripping onto the handle of the molding of the door, and then they kind of turn around, As they turn around, they hold out their hand, and a sprout of vine and twigs begin to encircle from the floor. And they grab it, and then they kind of walk with it. It's like a walking stick, and they begin to kind of turn themselves and walk in a northern direction. The door faces in the western direction, kind of this alcove that extends from the house. And they begin to kind of walk away. "Well, come in, I'll put the kettle on." And they just begin to shuffle inside, leaving you all there at the door.
Thank you, man, and I'll enter.
I follow.
I'll also follow.
Waiting to see if Thanos makes it through the door.
So Thanos, as you follow, you kind of has a little tickle, like kind of like someone like brushed like a feather across your face and then down your shoulder. It feels like almost like you've been touched in a way, and just very lightly kind of grazed.
I will follow.
So inside, give a description. It's no map, so theater of mind, right? So, this is a small common entry room and has a spiraling wooden and vine staircase going into the loft-like second floor. Massive glass windows are slanted or domed on the roof. So now you're being able to see that there is additional lighting that is helping based on the encroaching of vegetation here. 3 circular door frames lead west, east, north. Which you assume is Paxina's. I don't really ask for names or anything. It's just proceeding in the northern direction, off a little bit to the right to go through that one. About the wooden walls are vines and plants growing freely from different sized and colored clay pots. They are of the same variety as you have observed outside. Now, the flooring is of unprocessed wood. And when I mean that, it's like you have just literally taken a piece of wood off of a tree and you've put it as a floor, bark and all. That's all, and it's just different kind of types and things that are just kind of together. Now, to the west, you can look through, is an interior greenhouse, and it sits with many plants upon shelves. Again, the same lighting coming from the ceiling. Buckets and gardening tools that kind of hang from the walls. The entire room is almost lofting a smell of beauty into the space that you're currently in, the common chamber. The plants work themselves about the walls on trellises, and they kind of continue, and others are thick and heavily leaf plants, and they kind of grow wide and spaced out. So again, creating a diversity. And most of that in the greenhouse is fruiting. So there's many different like berries or vegetables and fruits and things. They're just kind of coming outside of the trellises and hanging downwards. And they're of kinds that you've never observed before. They are really strange and interesting. A small wooden door kind of exists on the northern side off to the left, and that kind of goes out into the back area. Could be in the backyard, kind of garden area, more towards the kind of plants and things out there. And now we're kind of working your way to where Paxina is going, and that's the northern door to the right. So you cross the space about 35, 40 feet next to the staircase as well. You can pass by that, right? And it's a dining room with 2 small circular wooden tables built from an old and ancient wood. The decor of odd stones and bark are placed kind of hung up on the walls or upon decayed wooden shelves. There's an open kitchen, and that sits with a river rock fireplace on the west side of this room. Cupboards filled with clay or jarred items, kind of like wooden cutlery all around them. There's a large bubbling cauldron that sits inside the fireplace, and it smells of like a licorice kind of tinge, like that anise kind of flavors kind of coming through. Now, a massive thick slab of wood is held up by about 4 feet by 2 stumps, and it serves as an island in the kitchen space as well as that kind of that breakage between the 2 spaces in the same room, right? The dining to the kitchen. To the east of the entry room, right, because I said east, there was another door that way. You were able to pass by and see that. It was just kind of a storage chamber for like storing goods and things, right? So barrels and other chests and things in there. Not much. So this is taking a long time. Paxina is slow, and I mean extremely slow. So kind of when you're walking in, you kind of have to wait a little bit, right, for them to get across the common chamber or the entry chamber, right, and then to get into the dining room, and then to get into the kitchen. And they don't say anything. They're just going through, and then they begin to kind of grab things from the shelves. And they look towards the fireplace, and they kind of take the kettle, and they take their hand, they just put their hand over the kettle, and then they put their hand into the fireplace, and they hang it on a peg at the back end, over top where the cauldron is, and more towards the back. Then they approach the island and shake their head a little bit and groan, and then they begin to pull off jars of different herbs and other spices and things, and begin to put them onto the island. And you wonder, there's no, there's stumps for chairs, but there's not like a whole lot of chairs, right? So you're like, where are we supposed to sit? And then as you're kind of standing around, Paxina looks up.
Oh, apologies. I don't usually have a whole lot of company.
Just kind of holds out the hand, and as they hold out their hand, chairs of vine and twig and bramble begin to grow from the floor and form these chairs at the table, in addition to the stumps that are already there.
That should be enough for you all to sit. The tea will be ready soon. No worries. Have your seats. Discuss your brews.
Kind of groans to themselves, and they continue to make the tea, leaving you all kind of on the other side of this room.
So ma'am, the question I had to ask is, have you ever seen a stone that looks like this? And I'll put the black stone on our table.
Putting it on the island, right? Because that's where they're working right now.
Yeah.
Oh, tea first, dear. Tea is good
Yes,
to
ma'am.
have. Take your seat, young lad. It'll be just a moment.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
It's all right. No worries.
Kind of pushed off a little bit, right? Take it, go sit down, right?
Mhm.
15 minutes pass by, 20 minutes pass by, 25 minutes pass by, and eventually they come over with 2 cups. Play, and they just set them down, pouring the kettle and mixing the herbs and spices. They 2 cups down, shuffle back, grab 2 more cups, fill them back and forth. You're just sitting there watching, and this whole process has passed by. We are well into the afternoon. It's the evening, the sun, you can see it outside, right, from some of the windows, and the lighting, the glass above. They then form a seat of their own from the vine and twig and have their cup in hand. And they sit down upon it. They all now have their walking stick, and they just lean their stick back onto the table.
Delicious. Oh, warms the spirit. This tea does.
Turned into Yoda.
Yes, young lad. Stone. I have not seen anything like that before.
Yeah. As far as potions, we were hoping you would make us some acid resistance potions.
Acid resistant potion. Very specific. Are you going to be encountering something of acid then?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
We mean to slay the black dragon in the marshes.
slaying Rugash, then.
Indeed.
Yes.
Interesting. Very vile, that dragon. Prepare something of a brew. How many do you need?
There's how many of there's us in the group? It's 5 or
6.
6.
You Egan
Yeah.
is just zombified.
We'll need 6 of them.
Ah, 6. One for each of you. Oh, that can be done.
Would
When
you
do
like some
need it
assistance?
by? Assistance making a brew that you don't know anything about?
I can gather
very good.
materials.
It's quite good at holding things.
I could send you out on an errand, then, boy. That'd be good. Shorten some time. When do you all need it? Are you heading out?
I believe tomorrow.
Probably need to spend an extra day actually. So
Either way.
2 days from now, probably.
2 days going into the marshes of Baling to fight the Black Dragon Grugash.
Among other things.
I am quite curious, as I have seen many plants. I have not seen plants like yours before. Where
Oh.
are they from?
They are from a place known as the Autumn Vale in the Feywild. That is where I'm from.
How did you end up here?
Well, that is a story, isn't it? Are you all going to be here a long time? I will tell the story.
Sure.
I think because Varus is probably itchy to work on the blight spell, knowing that it takes so long to finish. I think he's gonna pull out a spell book if we're gonna sit here
Takes
for
the
a
walking
while.
stick and pats your spellbook. No, no, young lad, you listen with all of your ears and your mind.
Okay, and I'll close it and put it back on my hip.
That's good. Well, Paxina, of course, you know. I am from a town in the Autumn Vale called This Seal. It is part of Lixis, a collective of Eladrin guilds. The Autumn Vale is filled with all manners of things, most of them the trees that you see around my home. They would lose their leaves 3 times a year. That's why these leaves do not change in this time on this plane. They still will lose their leaves. If they were back in the Autumn Vale, they have not changed. Rivers and lakes, they're frequent in the Autumn Vale, and the large mountains of Tilval provide protection from the bogs of Vilka that surround. I am known to my kind as a Freljord, which loosely translates in the Elvish tongue as Guardian of the Fae. I come around when the natural cycle produces me from a budding flower, born to any parent. I am born to the Fae, to the cycle of life. Trained in martial combat in addition to my natural magic capabilities of my birth. I was sent through the Feywild congruence to aid the Fey folk that migrated into the Redwoods on Arthuria to either live or return home after the Sundering. As someone of high rank, I was given many freedoms, the Autumn Vale secured, I traveled the Redwoods and some of Arthuria to visit and interact with much of this native population, which at the time wasn't much. During my travels of the Redwoods, I met with the Salinar, a druidic circle, to negotiate peace between Thixia and themselves. After Morsatra, Fey Council, and innately gifted arcane mages of the Autumn Vale, council that oversaw Thixia, spoke of conflicts between both groups. Saladar and Thixia were having issues with each other. Morsatra were essentially the governmental figures, not just in the Autumn Vale, but also in the Redwoods. Space of congruence between were both places. Unfortunately, my efforts, along with other Phalion that were with us and assigned, our efforts were null, and the rift continued to grow. Years later, I, along with many Phalion, did what we could to stop Kalima, a matriarch, Salinar, and Salinar themselves, but it was too late. Kalima and Salinar had bridged congruence to something else, bringing forth shadows, creatures that suck the very life of the natural inhabitants of the Redwoods. I stayed, along with other Phalion, to help refugees that fled Thixia. After all, they could no longer return home. I helped them spread across the Arthurian continent, making homes in the mountains, forests, safe places, away from dragons, plagued many of the people. During these long and hard years, I eventually settled down here in what was the Smallwood. And the fort and the town grew around. I remember that keep. It was just being built when I moved here. And where I took some of the seeds from my home and I made a little refuge for myself to see out the end of my years. I think that could be done. Strangely, after I had settled here, I was met with a young human that told me to never give up hope. They mentioned that certain individuals that were strange, foreign, and uninvited would come wherever I made home, and that they were chosen to help restore what once was. Even though I am now near to death, I still don't give up hope, and well, I share this story with anyone that is strange, foreign, and uninvited.
A young human.
Yes, a young human. Their name, I believe, was Magello.
This must have been quite some time ago.
Oh, it was, my dear, it was. Phalion lived for a very, very long time. We far surpassed the age of elves.
We've met this Magello. He was very old then.
I suppose so, human. They should be dead by now, given how long humans live.
I mean, we met him a few weeks ago.
I suspect he has tapped into things that allow him to skirt the ravages of time.
That is entirely possible. There's many. The Mosatra are those that do not age themselves. They are creatures, not unlike me, but they are born from the chaos around the Autumn Vale. They are very interesting, Mosatra.
Born of chaos.
Oh, yes. The arcane, the magic that exists around us, the air, the trees. It is not just natural, it is something of the plains, I suppose. But the Mosatra is, well, they come around every so often when the magic is at its strongest within the Feywild. They come into existence, but they are harnessed and born from the surplus of the magic in the plane. They are not guardian of the Fey, but they are keepers of the Fey. To maintain balance, order.
Born of chaos to maintain order. That is fascinating.
It's the cycle. The Mosatra, they used the magic, and they had formed towers. The Redwoods, as well as the Autumn Vale, to bridge the congruence whenever necessary. Towers were the very essence of themselves. The very magic that created them, they used. They are breathtakingly beautiful. Who knows if they exist anymore? I appreciate you all coming here. I'll make sure the brews, young lad, if I'll make a list for you if you want to go to the market, that'll be great. And I'll get to making here.
Did Magello tell you anything else? Just that we would come and to hold out hope?
Nothing else. Nothing else. That one was quite vague and cryptic.
Yeah.
So we have observed.
Well, sometimes it's necessary. I was not told of my true purpose, that I would live to serve. Sometimes the creatures, they need to live with free will, so that they may learn to appreciate it when it is gone. Begins to walk back to the island and grab some piece of parchment paper on one of the shelves and begins to transcribe a shopping list.
I can go shopping.
There you are, all the ingredients. Well, some of them more common. I have the rare ones here, so it's not much, but... And you might be needing some coin. Get my purse.
Don't worry about the coin.
Oh. No? All right, then.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm sure we can cover it.
Thank you so much for your help there. I appreciate it. I'll get this working, and I suppose I can shave off a day now that I don't have to run to the market. Tell you what, in these old ages, take me nearly half the day just to get down there and back.
You said that it was this Kalima who bridged the congruence. Were they Fae? Who? Tell me more of this person.
Walking stick and snaps it down. The river fireplace, which has a single outlet, now has two. It's actually shaping the earth around it, changing the rock and molding it to have two, and then begins to shuffle back to one of the things and grabs another large pot and walks back and hangs it on now a second fireplace that's connected. Right, they have the same outlet, but the same exit of smoke, but two fireplaces technically. So,
Kalima, yes, she was a matriarch to the Saladar. They were the matriarch when the Thixians had conflict. Saladar are strange creatures. Thixians always looked at them as these, defilers of natural magic. They will worship a tree called Talus. They aren't gifted in much of the natural druidic ways. It's strange. They also look very odd, even though they are elven in nature. They also speak as if things were always to happen, and that their way is always right. You could imagine Thixians. Very wary. All of them came from the Feywild. Thixians. They were born around natural magic and the flourishing of life. Free will. Free spirit. So, when 700 years ago now. Time's lost on the mind. Tipping point grew, and, well, Kalima and Salinar, they had done something, not that I do not know the specifics of, but it was something that changed everything. Redwoods were no longer the redwoods. Corruption spewed, turning into marsh and bog. Creatures, they turned and harvested the very spirits and souls of the Thixians. I, along with the Ivrai Rangers and some of the Salinar, we attempted to stop Kalima. That is when Grugash came to play. Grugash was not always there. That fight. I do remember that fight. Grugash was very powerful. They were a creature from whatever plane was bridged. They were also a dragon. Be wary of that one. They hide their true selves. They only show what you wants them to see. And then they'll unleash their full ferocity. I believe Kalima survived that fight. I don't know. We had to run, flee. Not survive the onslaught of Ruga. Whatever powers they possessed from the plane they came from. To answer your
I'm afraid
question.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'm afraid he's acquired more powers since then.
Not surprise me. Undead attacking the fort.
Yes.
Like it has an army.
He now serves two masters. His original master and a new one called Damodar.
The name I do not know.
weapon of
He
aggressive
and
form.
Magella
That's
kind of
a-
fight it out. So
Yes, that is a good comparison. If he is the opposite of Magella, if there was such a thing.
Opposite of Magellan. Interesting. Well, you masters, it might be the right time to strike then. Conflict from two different opinions. I don't know though. My fighting years are over with. The time that I would cut down the most vile of Hydra. It's far out of my reach now. Best I could do is brew you some potions.
It is much appreciated. What was your weapon of choice? I'm curious.
Oh, well, it would depend on what I was fighting. I was skilled in sword, primarily, large or small. Dexterous was the nature of our fighting. Balance is
Cool.
key. We were like leaves on the wind.
That never ends well.
Well, you would be surprised sometimes. I better get started, or this won't be ready by the time that you all need to depart. You're more than welcome to stay and, well, have all of your heart's delight to the fruit and feed yourselves. But you, young lad, you need to get going. You, points to you, Thanos. Chop chop.
I'm gonna hold up the piece of paper like I got it, and yeah, I've heard enough, so I'll head out.
There's as you head out and as the door shuts behind. And you all are kind of thinking about what your next steps would be. Do we stay? Do we go? Right? We don't need to stick around here. Maxina quickly looks towards the gears and turns.
Well, imagine you have someone in your party that is, well, very, very conflicted themselves.
mm-hmm.
You know what that one is?
We do.
Yes.
Oh, well. Just be cautious. They could turn on you.
I
The
saw
same could be said for many people, regardless of their origin.
he allowed me to see into his memories of what the past was like for him.
It's not the
And-
past that should concern you. It is where they are headed now. One of my sisters, she was taken. I have faced with her several times. She is very powerful. And even though there is part of her that is still there, she is not there.
What is her name?
Name was Sylvana. Long time ago. I'd imagine they do in the marshes to this day.
Mm-hmm.
We faced her recently, actually.
She is alive.
Indeed.
Well,
He spoke to me, told me her name. Seemed as if she was also conflicted.
of course. That is how it would appear. And then when you least expect it, the blade will be put through your heart. It is what ever creature controls them would like. It's how they operate. Insurgency, in a way.
So you do not feel there is any hope for her redemption?
Well, I am always hopeful. I have never given up hope. I just imagine, like, well, me. That someone would put an end to it, so that I may be put back into the natural cycle to be rebirthed anew another day. It's what I try to do. You all are capable of it, I would suggest it. So you may put Sylvana back to rest. Back where they belong. Let their spirit go free.
Of course. It will be done.
All right, well. You'll excuse me. Now begins to start doing.
We should go.
Thank you for everything.
Yes, you're welcome. Turn just continues to take different things. Pestle and mortar. Pestle and mortar. Wow. Begins to take them from the shelves and prepping to brew. So again, whoever would like to stay, they can. Whoever wants to go out and do different things, they can. Thanos looks like you're just doing an ingredient run from the list. It's going to take you only like 20 minutes maybe to run across the town to go to the market to get some of these things and come back. In fact, if you had any herbalism, a little bit of OOC meta here, this has no relevance at all to the potion.
Just sent you to get
So,
bread, milk, and
literally just
She
say
just
you.
wanted to-
Yeah, to get you out of the
Yeah.
house. Yeah, to get you out of the house. So nothing that you could do here, which is actually really interesting because you offered it, so they didn't even have to do it. They just tricked you into offering. I love it. So, and anyways, easy enough to do that, and then head out together or head out separate.
Tickled.
Yeah. So again, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I'll look over to the rest of the group, and I really need to work on this spell if we're gonna
Well, why don't you
leave
go
on
back?
time.
You could go back and work on your studies. We could go talk to the commander and just fill you in if you need.
Yeah,
if you
That
like.
sounds good. Yeah, I really. It takes 8 hours to do, so I need
Could
to
you
work for
read
the rest of the day.
faster, perhaps? Speed reading.
When it comes to transcribing magic, there is no real shortcut, but
I suppose the same could be said for mastering the blade. I understand.
this is my blade, pretty much.
Oops. Good luck.
Y'all just let me know, and I'll wave them by and head back towards the tavern.
Okay. Sounds good. So you're heading back towards the tavern. Thanos obviously could drop that off and then head to whatever destination you'd like at this point. I'm just going to go ahead and kind of narrate to the rest of the party here, leaving the establishment of Paxina, the house of Paxina, heading back into the rain. Then they're passing in the direction of the keep, which is across the town from here. So I'm going to go ahead and activate that map. Obviously, all of your tokens are on here. No worries. You can keep them on board for your ambiance and your respective places at this stage. So the Dublin doors and the Portcullis Light Gate is open. People are passing freely in and out. There's a lot of carts and wagons at this point. So there's going to be a numerous amounts of horse traffic and the carts kind of passing by. The particular of this is like pieces of stone and rock and also bodies, like, kind of people being piled in to the bodies and thrown over with the different things from the siege, from the fight. And they might be taking him out to maybe do a proper burial. Maybe they're making another burial site or, something in terms of maybe paying respect, going to the temple, right? Praying over the bodies and maybe going up to Othema, right? There's a huge cemetery there. So this is all happening around you as you're kind of coming through. The guards that are here, the soldiers that are here, kind of nodding towards you. One kind of vocalizes out, "It's the heroes of Fort Farron," and almost like they kind of vocalize that in a way, and then others are like turning and looking. You'll look into the stables, right, the northern side there. The stagecoach and a few other things are parked in there, and sure enough, you see the one and infamous individual, as we all know, Andrew Tummelrod, who is mucking off a stable stall and just kind of looks towards you through the crowd of horse carts and things, and just puts the head down. Ferociously gets back to work twice as fast, putting their head down. Now, the actual keep doors are swinging in and out, so people are coming in. They're unlocked, per se. So Some of the soldiers are passing in and out. There's also envoys and messengers that are kind of leaving, scroll cases as well as satchel bags, and they're taking horses that are being passed by them from the southern stable sides. Some of the horses they might use for jousting, kind of well-trained riding horses as well. They're grabbing the reins and then they're hitching over. And then these couriers, they're kind of leaving, passing by you at a very post-haste, like they're on the mission right now. So, and those individuals are heading out. There's also some house lords passing into the keep and back and forth. So there's individuals that might be staying here, or maybe they've been called by the couriers and they live like closer, right? And so they're kind of coming into the keep and things. So, anyways, more than welcome to do with what you want now.
All the way.
So as you pass into the keep here, you're getting closer around the landing of the staircase that goes up to the second floor. You can see the Commander Remar Luna, who's currently having a kind of a conversation amongst a number of couriers, as well as some house lords that are standing, kind of forming almost like a crowd right around the circular table, and then down the staircase into the common space. The commander's just like standing up, talking about like kind of like a status, like kind of giving a sit rep in a way, right, of what's happening. And there's people that are coming to the commander's side, putting down pieces of paper, and then they're picking it up, and then they address like a house lord that might be there, and then stating that there's this many people in their territory in Ismar, Northern Gorn Valley, Southern Gorn Valley, and stating, you know, we need soldiers, right? They're addressing that house lord. Or they're addressing like a courier that's there, and they're going to be headed to that place to talk to that. And they're essentially like what the numbers and things. A lot of writing tools are at the table, and they're taking that and they're writing it out, drinking from kind of a clay mug or tinker that's near, begins to kind of write them out, rolling it up, tying it off, and then handing it to that one, and then giving a like kind of a purse, like a leather purse of coin, handing it to that courier, paying them for like room and board, for food, and also the service. And then they're kind of shaking their heads with ponchos and other things for the rain, right? And they're kind of shaking their heads, and they begin to walk out of the keep. So that's kind of happening right now, like back and forth, back and forth. And it's very much going through a map. So the map is at the central part of this table here, and the map is actually showcasing some of the territories, or like district, quote unquote, right, of where these individuals might be. And it's not that the house lords or ladies, something important here, it's not that they actually like run that, or they're like kind of the person in charge, but they would be the individuals that have alliances or allegiance to the Talthars, to the royal throne, to the kingdom, and they have the most influence upon the families that exist there. So they might not even live there. They might live in Beolder. That might be where the couriers are going. But those are what kind of the families are from, right? The houses are from, and that's where they might have the most pull of getting soldiers. This is what this whole dynamic is for. And there's numerous ones in Ismar as well, bits and pieces of other things. And you notice that on the map, there's a huge chunk of Ismar that has no assignment at all. And one of the things that I talked about from some of the characters, right, some of the things you've overheard, is that Ismar is a rather nomadic region. Right. And so that's kind of showcasing that the majority of Ismar, which is on the eastern side of the region, is completely unclaimed, even to this day. So going through that, they see you all kind of coming through the crowd, and the commander kind of looks, here is a Fort Farron. Here, here. The crowd kind of gets like a little applause thing going, so they're going to do a little bit of a light applause. Why not? Cue the sound.
Awkward wave.
Elegant bow.
How can I help you?
We were just checking in after the siege. We had meant to come earlier, but we got sequestered for an emergency with Goldbelly.
I see. Well, I haven't heard much, just by some individuals saying that the orphan boy was taken. I'm glad that all got cleared up. Yeah.
Yeah, by some hags, no less.
Hags.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Well,
There
I
are
have
many foul creatures in these woods.
never really heard of a hag, but I've heard of a Karen before. It's quite nasty.
Oh,
No shot. He
Dead.
just
I'm
that.
actually dead.
just dead. Yeah. Hmm.
Varys looks up at his spell book and goes, "Oh man."
Don't have any bounty for those creatures, so I'm glad that you all got that cleared up. I can fetch some coin from the coffers if you'd like to be paid for your services, wiping up those vile creatures.
I mean, to be honest, we were doing it anyway because we were asked to. So.
Kindness of your heart, I appreciate that. Here's the forfeit indeed.
So, how are you faring? How are your plans? Your forces were rather decimated. Do not suspect you are in a position to hold defense if this were to happen again.
Well, surely not. We are in a desperate state, quite frank. We need more soldiers here, at least 100 more. Occupy the wall. We need to repair the wall. It's been broken down at numerous points. And we were in the process of upgrading it, so we don't have a lot of resources to repair it for building up the walls. So I've reached out to the throne, to People's Palace, and it's talked that they're going to get a construction company out of Elathon and sit and get them on the task. And they have a large amount of machinery and equipment that will help us. And personnel. Work 2-3 times as fast as we're currently doing. The real issue is soldiers. Many of the wells of people we've tapped dry. There's not much.
Would a Thema be able to help at all?
Well, Thema is you all know, right? Lord Downfallow and the Banner, they're going to the war.
Yeah, right? But I'm sure they have an interest in making sure all fronts are covered, at least defended, at minimum.
Well, I mean, of course, the Lord Downfallow is going to be interested in holding the crossroads here. I mean, this is very, very important. But the Sun Tree is far more important. They need to protect the Sun Tree.
Oh, I don't think anyone debates that. I'm just saying, though, if I would think they would have a vested interest in making sure you also don't fall. Like, the Sun Tree may be more importantly, objectively speaking, but that doesn't mean this place should be sacrificed also.
Well, no, it's not that this place is sacrificed. You know, we are sending couriers up to Lord Downfallow to see what kind of aid they can get from Fort Frostbeard. You know, Menarangla Uku's up there, so we can try to get some people that they might have and get them down here. Maybe some citizens that are willing to be conscripted. So we're making that avenue. We're making that approach. I'm just stating that the soldiers they got now, you know, they have their jobs themselves. They have to protect the Sun Tree. Lord Downfallow and the band are heading out. They are going to be taking the majority of the fighting force in that city, and they are going to be marching it longwise. So there's no way they're going to come home if something happens. They're done, right? So they have to make sure there's people there. It's not all your problem. So you all been a great service, a great help protecting this fine fort, the town, the people here. Really appreciate that, but there's not much you all can do unless you're, you know, convince hundreds of unruly folk that have been bittering for 1,000 years now about who gets what and what gets what.
You try hitting them. That's.
Oh, well, yeah. I could always try myself. Get the old gauntlet out, give him a good smack. Who knows? I'd imagine you all aim to go somewhere else, right?
We mean to venture into the marsh, actually. Let's try and stop this nonsense at the source.
Well, I greatly appreciate that. I'd be very fortunate for this town, this fort. Help us out in the crossroads. If you could figure out what's going on there and even stop the whole ordeal. If you're looking for coin, I can offer something for this quest. Get the job done. We send numerous amounts of, like I said, patrols have gone in and things have, it's a dangerous job.
there are those among us who have personal interest to settle there anyway. So
All right then. Well, if we can be here at the fort, man, it's my position, first command. If there's any help that I can provide you all, just need to ask.
Oh, shit! I forgot to. I'll say I'd given my stone to Maldor, and I would have instructed him to ask about this and see if
Well,
anyone.
you're currently at the tavern. Why to learn the blight spell?
Yeah,
More
I need it.
unfortunate for you.
I feel like we
I'll-
already had that conversation with him. He didn't know much.
Mhm.
We did
Did
also
we?
talk
I
about.
don't-
Yes, we also talked
Okay.
about that. Yeah.
Keen mind, did I?
Yeah, I mean, you haven't
The tavern
shown
explodes.
the stone in this form, right? But
Yeah.
you did
Right.
show and talk about them. And the commander had no idea what that was.
All right, I just couldn't remember. But
I got a keen mind. Don't worry.
you got the real keen mind.
Yeah.
We got the keen notes.
Very clouded and fogged. Keen mind right now. But yeah.
Alright.
Well, I suppose there's nothing else we can do to help them. Is there anything else anyone wanted to ask before we?
Now, unless they have any information that they think might be useful about the marshes that isn't. I mean, I don't think there's much really known already, though.
I think we had the information and they did not.
Yeah, the scouts
Yeah.
came back, scrambled eggs for brains.
Yeah. Yeah, well.
Did we decide
Horses,
a
maybe?
point of ingress? Were we still talking about taking a boat, or has that plan changed?
Boat?
We had talked
think
about
the
going
boat-
downriver.
That was to avoid the army, though, right?
Right.
So at this point, wouldn't it just be easier to take horses to Norfolk and then just pop across?
Well, I don't know. I mean, boat would be faster if we get one.
I mean, but if we took a boat down the river, we would be able to sail across the Farron River.
It's up to you. I just thought we should, if we're going to acquire, if we need additional supplies to travel, we should arrange that.
Out of character,
I suppose.
regardless of what you all decide, there's no way that you're taking horses into a marsh.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
That's why-
stage
that's
No,
what
coach,
I'm
it's
saying,
to
so-
come down to Norfolk and then just leaving them.
Yeah,
at
that's why I was
Norfolk.
going to say that boat's probably going to be the fastest route we can realistically take if we can find a boat.
That's why, while we're with the commander, I'm pretty sure he can point us to somebody and they would be willing to help us out.
Didn't he give us a name?
Andy, but Andy's, an asshole. So
Did not. And so Andrew Tumblerot is the stable master. Based on my notes, the name that you were given, as far as it was the cousin of Andrew, would
Oh,
be the one for boats.
yeah. We'll just get a signed letter from Andrew to tell his cousin to give us a discount. It's fine.
First, Andy likes us, right?
Oh, Andy
I mean-
loves us.
they could just, if they just want to ferry us down there and then take their boat back and figure out get back on it.
I'm sure with the extra money we gave Andy, he would love to tell his cousin to give us a discount.
We're the heroes of Fort Farron. I'm pretty sure they could just do us a favor. We also didn't request payment for saving their asses.
That's true. I more just wanted another reason to fuck with Andy.
Yeah, give Andrew
Good.
more shit. Yeah, so and the commander at this point, right, pausing the conversation, is really just kind of going now back to writing and like handing things out and just going through the business of this afternoon, evening, probably going through most of the towards maybe midday now, right? They've been doing this and they've been handling other business in the morning as far as some of the other commanders, right, going through what they need to do. So commander's very busy. Just kind of dies down the conversation. You're almost like lost in the crowd a little bit. Continues it with the other individuals.
I'm also wondering though, once we actually get to the marshes of Illing, because like maybe this was discussed and I forgot, but once we get there, where are we actually going in there?
To the tower.
The Genrua?
No,
No.
the tower that Varys saw in my memories.
Oh,
I assume we're following Thanos. He's the only one who knows where anything is.
yeah, I'm
Quite
sure.
possibly the only person on the continent who knows where anything is in there.
Well, Varys' winged friend will probably be useful for trying to spot a tower.
The dead one.
Oh. I wonder how Varys' winged friend would do in the marshes, since he doesn't have.
Anyway,
Oh, you might go.
Interesting. He might go cuckoo for coconuts.
Can birds do hallucinogenics?
of course, they get high all the time.
Anyway, so I suppose the boat transportation needs to be arranged, and do we need any more enchantments? Any more? How many arrows do I have?
All of them.
Didn't you fill up an entire bag of holding or something?
Not that much, but
No, I bought 40 of them, and I had like 15, and I'm down to 39. So just to throw that out
wait.
there.
I still think you really need some kind of. I don't know if like it would be like a. My brain's going dead. What's the holder for arrows again? The quiver.
Quiver.
You need like a quiver of holding.
Well, there is
what
items. Yeah, there is items that'll help. They do exist in that you can get hold more arrows and other things. So there is that. I think one of them is a efficient quiver that can hold more arrows at a time in that space, and that is very similar to a bag of holding. It's an extra dimensional space that can hold. And it also holds more than just arrows. It looks like so javelins too. Yeah, so that is a possibility. Bolts and things.
I suppose we haven't really done any actual shopping here.
Yeah, we haven't seen what the market's like.
Yeah.
I don't imagine it's.
Technically,
Yes.
Thanos, you've seen the market because you probably went there for this stuff. It is like a farmer's market. It's not a trader's market. It's kind of just selling different harvest vegetables and fruits and things. Most of the traders stop here, get a little bit of a rest, and they go to Athema. They're not really aimed to stop at this space. This space is just used as like a stepping stone to maybe even go into Ismar, right? So there is a blacksmith here. They are decent in class, so they're not horrible. There's a Fletcher here as well, so there is things that the town has to offer. They don't have a magic shop, so that's not something that exists here. But so
I would probably just go to the Fletcher to see if I could get some more bolts.
okay,
That's
So we're
really all
gonna-
I need.
okay. So you're gonna head off to the Fletcher to get some more bolts. Is everyone else kind of fanning out, doing their own thing at this point?
Honestly, I'm going to just find one of those quiver things for him because he's always complaining about needing arrows.
We just
Okay.
need an artificer. I just need to get one
Yeah.
more intelligence and take a level in or a couple levels in
Because
artificer.
that
and just-
automatic reloading one would be perfect, honestly. But
it would.
But is it the fact that he doesn't carry enough arrows, or is it the fact that he can't make enough for how many he uses?
Both.
Yes.
he looks a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like
It's-
carrying is the problem. It sounds like he just uses them too often.
Yeah,
the-
I mean the fact that
You use bolts though, and not only do you use bolts, but you use it in a hand crossbow. So technically, there isn't like a reloading thing with the hand crossbow. That's not a rule because the hand crossbow sublets that. That's the whole point of it.
does it? I thought it still had the loading property.
It still has the load. It has the loading. It doesn't have the loading property in the same. And you can debate the item, but as far as what the SRD item has is that the loading property is assigned to it, but the light kind of counteracts that in terms of rules.
Mm.
So you're not actually having to reload it in a traditional heavy crossbow sense where you're
Yeah.
putting the bolt
It
back.
just means that you have to replace the ammunition, but it doesn't take away from your action economy.
Yeah, exactly. So, as far as like, is there anything that's gonna like spontaneously any item that affects you and is gonna automatically reload it for you? That does pass over to the hand crossbow, but it doesn't give you really a benefit beyond you're now getting endless ammunition.
I just don't have to
so-
go shopping.
Yeah, you just don't have to go shopping and manage it. So. Okay, so both of you are going to head to the Fletchers then, just FYI. So, okay, sounds good. I'll pass back onto the town map here. It seems like we're done with the commander. So,
Wait, did anyone see about the boat?
Well, we already knew that Andy's cousin was the one to go find the boat.
Okay.
yeah, so you can always stop by the stables on your way out here if you want.
Yeah, we would be going right by there. We could probably stop and see about getting
Oh, yeah.
a boat.
Let's
Okay.
talk to Andy.
This dude loves to mess with that dude.
All right, so you pass into the stable here on your way out, and you can see Andrew. There's others individuals in here, right? Andrew's continuing to clean stalls, fill wheelbarrows, finishing throwing the wheelbarrow out into a pile at the back corral area, and then turns and looks towards you all, stares very intently, just like kind of raises an eyebrow. Can I help all of you? All right.
Our favorite person.
We were looking for the name of your cousin. We're looking to rent a boat from him.
You gonna rough my cousin up too?
You keep talking to me like that, and you're about to get it again. I paid you very handsomely to take care of my horses, not sleep in my carriage.
Seems like I have something that you all want.
We're on the way to the marshes to make sure that the undead don't come in here and murder you in your sleep. I believe we have something that you want.
Well, you all are heroes of Fort Farron. Seems like you've kept me nice and safe. No worries there.
Today.
So that name.
Don't hurt my cousin, please. Don't hurt him.
I won't. You want to write a letter to recommend giving us a discount, though? And
No, no discounts
maybe
for all
when
of
we.
you.
Oh well.
It's all right. Give you the name, just please. No discounts, all right? Stilton Tumble Rot. There's a lot of Tumble Rots. We all have the same family name, and there's approximately over 40 that live around here. So, good luck there. You'll find Stilton on a small path of the bridge there, Fern River. The whole little outlet and rocks and boats and things. They do all their smokery there, and they get the fishes off to the market and sell. So if you aim to get a kind of a river boat like a canoe, that's where you're going to want to go.
Does he do anything slightly bigger?
Not on the Farron River here. You're pretty far upriver. You do realize you're going to be.
Oh,
heading
I'm
to
not
some-
actually for like a full boat, just like something that can hold a whole lot of the lot of us, rather than getting a couple of canoes. Like maybe a canoe plus. I don't know.
Have you ever been through rapids? Whitewater Rapids before?
All the time, of course.
Well, you don't want a large boat. There's rapids on the Farron River this far. It's not very large. Still got to get a
Fun.
number of
Sounds like we
tributaries, and then the whole fork got to feed into it downriver by Norfolk. So it's not very large here.
It definitely sounds like Stilton should be piloting this vessel.
My cousin ain't gonna go anywhere near you fucking people.
That's fine. We'll tell him you already accepted payment on his behalf.
No, I haven't.
Sure you did.
He doesn't need to know that.
What is wrong with y'all?
Are you all fixing to con my cousin? My cousin's a hard worker. Still catches fish every day of his
yeah.
life, smokes it, and sells it. Maintains those
Yeah, we
damn
thought
boats.
you were too until you took a fucking nap in my goddamn carriage.
Why is that such a problem? The carriage was there. It's nice and warm and cozy. Thought I'd just kind of bundle myself up in there and wait out the undead attacking. Honestly,
You
it was
left
the
dirt
win-win
on the
situation.
seat.
Well, you didn't give me any chance to clean it up, did you? I had no opportunities. None. I was
Clean
judged.
yourself before you
I
get in
was
the
judged immediately like a dirty little halfling. That's how you judged me. Some rotten poor stable master with dirty feet. So what if I don't wear shoes? That's my choice.
Then clean them before you get in my carriage.
I didn't have time. I was working a late night, and then the horns blew, and there was the siege. So I just tucked in to get some sleep and stay near the animals in case something happened. I don't understand why this is such a problem for you. Honestly, do you love your carriage like your stage carriage? Do you like
He never
physically
love
had
had nice things before. It's new to him.
I have known some horse lovers before. It's not the way you want to go down.
Well, it's not the horses.
Oh, I know it's not the
When you
horses.
have a nice thing, you have to take care of it. That's how it works. It's like a flower. The more you water it, the better it looks. You don't overwater it though, you know. So like, there's a thing.
I
But
think you've lost the train of your metaphor.
But mate, there's a difference between polishing the wheels and polishing the wheels. All right.
No way.
He really is a dirty
You-
little half.
you want to talk to me about polishing the wheels when you were asleep in our carriage after you
Wait.
probably polished
Yeah.
the wheels.
I'm confused. Why would you polish wheels? Wouldn't you lose traction?
You polished the edges of the wheels.
What's
What?
the outer wheels? You. Why would I polish the outer wheels? You polish the inner wheels. Is this?
Holy shit.
Now I'm right confused. Now I don't know what's happening. I'm so confused.
Uh,
So
Andrew-
many mixed metaphors.
I wish I was there. I wish I wasn't in the hotel. Fucking.
all right. We've gotten off track here, Andrew. We're gonna be gone a little bit extra longer. I paid you a little bit extra. We'll pick up the rest of the tab when we get back. We're gonna go see your cousin and buy some canoes. Okay?
All right. Appreciate passing the family business around, and you all here as a Fort Fair, take care. Make sure not to sleep in your stagecoach, even if it's the only place I can stay where I won't get frostbite. These terrible, horrible, rainy conditions. It's never been freezing down here.
Also, why would the stable master not have a house?
Continues to work.
When he charges
There's a
$50.
pile of hay right there. I'm sure that you could throw a blanket on some hay. You'll be all right, Andrew. We'll see you when we get back, if we get back.
Safe travels.
Gold bellies.
He doesn't just cuddle with the goats. Seems like he'd like it.
Right.
Have you talked to a goat? The goats in this world are very mean.
They were assholes.
All animals are mean. What are you talking about?
Oh, it does seem that all the animals on this continent seem to have an attitude. We had Maldor Jr., we have the bird, Alexander's got an attitude.
Don't talk
The
to
wolves
me.
were cool.
Don't talk about Alexander like that.
Those are cool.
Well,
All right. Shopping, then
suppose-
tavern.
yeah, shopping and resting until I'm ready
Okay.
to leave.
Shopping
Yeah.
and resting, and then okay. All right. So stop at the Fletchers first, and then we'll bounce. We'll just go fast track it here. No worries. The Fletcher is of decent master quality, just FYI. So the Fletcher here is capable of enchanting weapons, archery, and other things. Doesn't necessarily possess a whole lot of magical items per se, besides +1, +2 type things, right? Maybe some just more exquisite bows, quote unquote. And they do have in their possession efficient quivers. There's a plural. So they actually do have some magical items in that sense. They don't have any quivers of like endless arrows, of quivers for reloading or anything like that, or case bolts of reloading or anything. It's just kind of
pocket space is similar to a bag of holding, just to hold more arrows. They themselves look really awfully similar to Thanos, but not in the kind of the black eye, kind of that more like a wood elf would present. And they also have kind of colorations towards their armor and their other things and their symbols that they are a descendant of wood elven rangers that would exist in the redwoods. So similar to what an Ivrai is, because an Ivrai is a collection of rangers kind of that came together, right? So that could be a descendant of one of those. So able to get you what you need at this point. So you're buying. So Zeph, you're buying an efficient quiver, right? Just so there's more space for the bolts.
Yeah, like what? And I'm just curious, what are the specifics of that? Like, how much can it actually hold?
Yeah. So it's not a very expensive item. It's actually only at this particular establishment, it's only 1,000 gold pieces. So it's actually relatively inexpensive. So the quiver is a wondrous item here. So it's uncommon. It has 3 compartments. The quiver can hold numerous items while never weighing more than 2 pounds. So it can't weigh more than 2 pounds, which isn't, when you think about like the weight of a bolt, that's actually not that bad in a certain respect. Because a crossbow bolt weighs like 200. So it's like you'd have to have like a lot of bolts to exceed that 2 pounds. And then it simply states the shortest compartment can hold up to 60 arrows, bolts, or similar objects. The mid-sized compartment holds up to 18 javelins or similar objects. And then the largest compartment holds up to 6 long objects, such as bows, quarterstaffs, or spears. You can draw any item the quiver contains as if doing so from a regular quiver or scabbard. So it can hold like your things too in it, like your pull, if you have a bow, right, you can put that in there, and then you can have your arrows stashed into it as well, into that pocket space. So it's just like a specific version of a bag of holding, because it can be used as a quiver, which quiver, right, pulling the arrow out is not an action or anything to do. So you can get the bow out like immediately, right? So that's and really what this would do for you is just allow you to stash a lot of bolts, like a lot.
Or if I needed something with more range, or
yeah, and it's not that you can't use the mid or long size compartments for more bolts. It's just that those bolts aren't designed to be pulled in that way. So the best way that I can state that is that you would stash, like, you'd fill the compartment full of bolts, the one that's the shortest compartment, and then you would use the other compartments for surplus space, but you couldn't pull from those compartments like a quiver. They would then just become like little spaces in like a bag of holding, right? So you can still put things in there to fill it out. You just can't access them readily. The items like javelins, right? If they were put in correct spots, you could. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so you're
Yeah, this
you're
would be
buying
super handy.
Thanos. Yeah.
Yeah, this would be super handy for this.
Yeah, because then I can have that light crossbow in there, my crossbow. I don't think there's any dex-based throwing objects that would make sense.
All right, I put the efficient quiver in there, and then you're buying just regular crossbow bolts.
I would look for +1s if he has them, just to kind of stick with what I've already got.
Okay.
They're pretty pricey, but they're not crazy. So
Not for the heroes of the fourth parent.
Okay. So in total, for weight of the bolts, right, you can have 100 bolts in total. So you can have 60 stashed into the shortest compartment. You can have an additional 40 stashed in the others. So you can get 100 bolts. This particular Fletcher has bolts all the way to +2, and also has crates. Has like 600 +1 crossbow bolts, and then a lower stock of like 100 +2 crossbow bolts. So they have a numerous amount of ammunition, and the Fletcher actually makes arrows, bolts for the soldiers and things of the fort. But that's what they're actually in least of supply, because those are given out. They always give those. So
just out of curiosity, just purely for knowledge, what's the price difference between the +1 and +2?
Um, so at this Fletcher, the crossbow bolt +1 is going to be 20 gold per bolts, and then the +2 bolts will be 75 gold per bolts.
All right, so out of character math here, would it be cheaper to buy regular bolts and ask him for the enchanting material and just enchant them while we're traveling?
No, not.
Okay.
It's actually cheaper. This is a discounted rate considering how much they'll cost. Because the bolts still follow with the rarity. So +2 bolts would be rare, and then +1 bolts filling out into the uncommon. So you might be able to do the uncommon because I'm trying to fast track price you ahead. So the uncommon might be cheaper, but the +2 would not be. I think 20.
That's not enough of a
Let's see.
discount to make a difference.
Yeah, let me see real quick. Yeah, the rare ones would be at a pretty steep discount if you made them yourself. That's just in general. So you could go through with that. The +1 bolts, that's not that much different.
Okay.
Well, I mean, how many do you want to get? Because like if you wanted to spend like 1,000, you could get easily 50 of the +1s.
You said it's 40 gold a pop, right?
Oh, 40?
Yeah.
Then that would be
so-
25 then. I
20,
misheard. I thought you said
20,
20.
20 gold pieces per a +1 bolt.
Oh, I was right.
75
20,
gold pieces
okay.
per +2 bolt.
Got it.
Oh yeah, 50 for 1,000.
Yeah, I'm down with that. That's 2,000 that we'd spend on that, and then I wouldn't have to worry about it the entire time we're in the marshes unless we're there
Or-
for like a year.
Or we could actually bump that up and just round it up to 60 to fill up the quiver.
Yeah, you might as
Yeah.
well max it out.
Yeah, you might as well.
I mean, I've got 40 on me, so.
Oh, +1s
39.
already?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's okay.
So, I mean, I'm down with just getting like another 21 crossbow bolts, max it out, and then if we need more, I can just make more.
Okay.
Sounds like
so
a
you're
good
gonna
idea to me.
so you're gonna buy 21 +1 crossbow bolts.
Yes.
Okay.
Anyone need any javelins or anything you guys want me to stash in this?
Do any of us even use such kind of weapons? I don't for sure.
Lucard's got some
Lucard.
javelins.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be
corpse
handy to.
slang.
Yeah, it might be handy to have at least a few.
All right, you can reduce your gold by 420 gold pieces. Thanos.
I already subtracted for the quivers. So.
Steven, are you here with us?
Yeah.
You gonna buy javelins or anything?
Maybe.
You?
I don't
you
use
have,
them very often, but like I have the Corpse Slayer now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, you have the Corpse Slayer.
I-
And you don't feel like you need any more. That's fine.
I just wanted to
Yeah,
make
I
sure
mean-
you had enough backup for whatever you wanted.
yeah, I normally only use it for like one throw when I can't close the distance or something. So
Mm,
I think I'm okay. I don't think I'd use any like +1s or anything like that.
Okay.
that makes sense.
Sounds good. Okay. So yeah, moving away from the Fletcher, kind of leaving that space. Headed next where?
Maldor would go by the blacksmith just to peruse, mostly to see if he had any sort of upgraded armor or anything, because he's still just wearing regular plate.
Okay. So the blacksmith are two dwarfs. They're actually twins. One kind of tailors towards more like gilding, jewelry, leatherworking type stuff, and the other one's more metal, but they still come together and they do different things. The actual shop itself is quite open in a way. There's not really like a shop or a storefront to this space. They work through repairs and other things that would need kind of majorly. So if you're talking about, hey, the third commander's plate armor needs to be repaired, needs to be fixed up, they would tackle that. But they don't do like regular kind of soldier type things. They have podiums positioned with pieces that they've worked on, none of which kind of stand out to you as too particular of material, but they do have a masterwork plate armor that is on a podium that's relevant to your size. That is going to give a +1 to the AC flat without even an enchantment. They also have capabilities of enchanting armor, so they can do that. They just don't have supply or stock of that.
Yeah, I think he would probably just pick up the masterwork plate. How much is it?
So the masterwork plate armor is not a wholeheartedly too much in comparison to the common set. You'd be looking at about 2,500 gold pieces for essentially a plate armor +1. So that's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll just do that. Everybody's cool with that.
Yeah. I mean, we can always sell your other plate or enchant your other plate and give it to Lucar later.
Yeah. I think he's already rocking. He's got the dragon plate.
Oh, yeah, he's got the dragon plate. We can always make yours a +2 later and then sell the masterwork, whatever.
Cool.
Okay. I'm going to change the armor description that you have in your current inventory, so I'm just dragging another item in.
Thanks. What was it? 25? Do I need to subtract that from the kitty?
2,500 gold pieces you can subtract from the treasury. Yeah, go for it.
Does the plus and minus work now? Because it doesn't work on XP.
I can't answer that for you. I don't know, dude.
Let me make a note before I change it.
Yeah, the total should be 15,944 if it works.
Minus 2,500. Nope, it set it to negative 2,500.
It always works for me.
15,944.
There you go. Okay.
Guys, we gotta start taking gold for our jobs. We can't just be doing loaners no.
You guys were welcome to say yes. Maldor doesn't give a shit.
So I wasn't there.
Yes, pay me. I was sure you weren't there.
Yeah.
Thanos also doesn't understand the value of gold yet.
Right,
you do realize he's been in the world for like a month.
Yeah,
and Zeph is
people who don't know money.
And Zeph is honestly very into the whole, hey, we were there doing good. We don't need the money for it.
I'll have to
Maldor doesn't care about gold until he's got to spend a bunch of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this costs 25,000 gold. All right, no worries.
Well, sounds good.
And I'm like, listen, guys, we need more money. I mean, it's not a problem
like my
right
character
now.
on Friday.
Hands 10 gold to a bar winch.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a problem, really. I'm just saying, like, for the future.
I'll tell you what,
can't always do a loaner.
The surviving 17th.
Oh, that's true.
Since we're staying in town an extra day, I'll just rob a few people.
No, we can just get money for the nice things we do. Why would we?
It's not like we'd know.
True.
That's also true.
Okay, so we're at this stage with how late it's getting. Probably getting over to Stilton by the river is not going to happen. Most likely, it's not going to be out there right now. Considering fishing and other things happens usually in the morning. So, most likely getting back to the tavern at this stage, kind of wrapping up. Getting some food from Yadir, getting a good rest, a good long rest, and then getting ready for the next day to get the potions picked up, which looks like it's going to be kind of shaving off a day to get those potions of acid resistance, and then getting down to the river and getting the boats. I will probably state that if you go down the river, get the boats, you could probably just head off from there. Like you don't need to, you could just get the boats and then go. Right. You don't need to wait an additional time if that's not necessary. So
if I was working up until the point I had to sleep for a long rest, would I get this spell done in time for us to leave tomorrow?
So in total, you got back to the town roughly like 5 o'clock. It's only been, say, several hours for the rest, and then if you're going to sleep for an 8 hours rest and then getting up for the morning, that's going to put you, you know, I would say right around the time for a blight spell. I mean, you take 2 hours. It's a 4th level spell, right? So 2
Yeah,
hours.
2 hours
8
per level.
total.
Yeah.
Jeez. Do my math.
That's not too bad.
Yeah,
I
you
was
probably-
still
you-
working on that
you-
this morning, right?
Yeah. You'd wake up a little bit late, but not horribly. You'd probably catch the
We're
ride.
not on like a tight time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no
Yeah, I
tight
just-
time schedule here. You know.
Okay,
Yeah, you
so
can
I
totally
can
do it,
add
that's
the
fine.
blight spell to my spell.
Sure,
book.
sounds
Okay.
good. And you could probably summon Alexander too whenever you want.
Yeah, I was gonna do that afterwards,
Sounds good.
and that'll be another 10 gold to summon him. So
Okay.
take that off.
So, since we're gearing up for a long rest, Michael, question for you. I know that we kind of mirrored this after a certain race. That race actually has the ability when they take the long rest to gain a proficiency in something, kind of drawing on past memories. Do we want to do that? Because if so, there's something cool I'd like to kind of do with that. on this
Well,
long
you
rest.
you switch one, right?
Well, I never took one with that passive, at least not that I'm aware of.
Take a look at your character sheet. You have 5 skills proficient at the moment.
Double check that I didn't take.
Miss tools, liar, thieves tools. Feel like no. I don't think you took anything in your stuff.
Yeah.
Two.
I don't think I took anything for my class because I'm pretty sure.
Well, you have so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I don't think you took anything. I don't see anything.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I was gonna use that for something later, which I think is why I didn't take anything.
You can
but
you can
essentially-
change, right? You basically
Yeah,
after a
you
long
can
rest,
change that one. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Cool. As long as we're doing that, I'm gonna after we long rest probably take proficiency in cartographer tools, so I can map out some of this stuff that both the map that Damodar went and got, and then map out some of the key locations of the marsh, at least the way I remember it.
Oh, you're gonna make a map.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So I
if
wanna
I
take
have
proficiency in
time to
carpenter.
help you, because I looked at both of the, like, I was also in your dreams, and then also I looked at the map and I keen mind stuff. So
Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah. So I went ahead and put cartographer tools temp in the. So I filled the special category, so we know that that one's the temporary one, right? So we have
Awesome.
that on your character sheet, so we remind ourselves. And then I'm gonna advance the day to the next day here. You all can probably gonna get an error when I change days. Just
Yeah.
always a blessing.
I don't have permission to go to the next day.
You don't have
Nope.
permission. Nobody has permission.
No next days for us.
Did we long rest through that? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna prompt you here.
Oh, that's right. You can just make us now.
One at a time.
So it tries to prompt though for like. It tries to prompt like all of your summons too, like when I do it. So I have to like cycle through and make sure that it's all of you here.
Alright. I already did
There
that.
was 49 hit points. I wasn't
Steven's
even that-
offline. Steven, can I do a long rest for you?
Yeah.
It's simple. Easily done. Okay. So yeah, all of
Oh,
you
man.
can get your long rest here. So recovering your health, your hit die, your spells, getting everything back. It's a new day. You're rising. The rain on the roof continuing. So now it's kind of increasing. We did have a little bit of a break in that, but now it's coming again. with the rain. And we're gonna get off for this day, right? Stop at Paxina's. You'll make your cartographer, so you kind of work on your map here through the morning as well as you wait, and getting your breakfast and things, and then it's on to the riverside to get the boats and head towards the marshes. It's a good time
So
for a
that-
break. What's up?
I was gonna say that's funny. When I did the long rest myself, it gave me all the charges back. But when you did it, it didn't give me all the charges back
It
for
doesn't
the
like
wand.
it. It doesn't
Yeah.
like it. That's a staff.
it's
No,
a-
I'm just kidding. Yeah, you're good.
So
Whatever way you can put it back on there. You should also see from the token action HUD actually has a way to use the specifics from the staff too. By the way, if you
Yeah,
look in the
yeah.
token, you can
Yeah.
see that. Yeah, so
Well,
the
that's
other
how it
HUD,
was-
the other HUD didn't have it. Yeah.
yeah, well, that's how
Yeah.
it was before. Then whenever we switched HUDs,
Mm-hmm.
I was
Yeah.
like, oh, I don't know how to use this at all.
For sure. Yeah, so all good there. All right, so for our stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're going to take a 10-minute break or so, so we'll come back at 1:30 p.m. PST, so we get going for our second half of our session. So thanks for watching, and hopefully you join us then, and we'll see you in a bit. So.
Bye.
Welcome back to the ill-fated, who are deciding to do what? I don't know. Honestly, I've been listening. They're actually for the start of this session. I feel like you all have kind of been like, maybe just go with the flow, do what we're feeling. So
That's what we do.
that's what we're doing. We have some things on the list though. 2 things, right? Boats and potions. So get up in the morning, arise, and working on the map, cartography tools. I don't need you to have a check. Probably just able to start writing things down. For you, Thanos, and the rest of you, is there anything you all in particular want to get done today?
I gotta have a conversation with my boy Alexander. So I'm gonna pop him out.
You pop out, Alexander.
Buddy, are you okay?
Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm fine. What's up?
Oh, I'm so glad you're back. You keep me in check. I like you a lot.
What exactly happened?
Oh, the dragon, I guess to intimidate us, did an acid attack on you.
Oh, I see. All right.
I
Well.
tried to bamf you out. I just wasn't fast enough. I'm sorry.
Yeah, pretty sure secretly it's just some revenge plot of yours. I understand.
What?
What?
Why would I do that?
That's not where he saw that going.
Varys tortures animals. It's not
nothing.
canon.
We're good. What do you need?
Oh no! I was just saying hi. Would you rather fly around, or would you rather me desummon you?
Are you asking or telling me?
I'm asking.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, first off, you summoned me back here. And now you're asking me what I want to do.
Yeah, I don't have anything going on.
You really
Where-
don't have any fucking clue how this works, do you?
No, I don't. I've told you multiple times I really don't know how this spell works. Honestly, I thought it was getting like a friend, kind of, but
Yeah.
I don't know if you consider me a friend. I wouldn't assume.
Is that how you normally get friends? You summon them and you force them to be your friend?
Well, here's the thing.
Shit.
I've never done this spell before. I didn't know how it worked.
Well, I'm sure you haven't done a lot of things, and you can probably figure out how they work. So, might want to get on that.
All right.
Anyways, I can fly around if you want. There's more of the undead you want me to check out, or if you want me to be breathed on by a giant black dragon to
Look, that wasn't
protect
part of
your
the
whole
plan,
party.
I promise.
I remember every fucking thing that happened. Every fucking thing. Oh yeah.
I tried to bamf you away.
You know what I
and
remember? You know what I
and you
remember?
told me no.
I flew up. I flew up to that dragon, and I kept myself in a bush. And I looked back to you, and I was like, "Are you gonna fucking do anything? You gonna cast some goddamn magic? Are you gonna kill this thing, or what?" And I'm just going back and forth, and now your whole party's all talking to it. You're making some deal, and then what do? You summon some fucking person there that controls the dragon. What is this? What are you doing? You're trying to get us all killed? I don't want to die, but it didn't matter because I took one for the whole team. That's right. Alexander did. Me. You didn't do anything. No magic, no nothing. You just kissed some ring and you said, "Daddy, come save me."
Oh, is his camera frozen? Did we lose Varys?
I think we lost them.
You broke him.
I
You
literally
broke
broke them. I talked them out of existence.
Especially after
They're
Alexander.
gone!
Especially after Alexander literally just made fun of him for being a virgin.
Oh, wow.
Fucking talked them out of existence.
Oh no!
The bird
What
shade.
is going on? I can still hear all of y'all.
Oh, you heard it
Yeah,
all?
you know.
There you go.
Yeah, I
just
heard
froze
all
for a
of
second.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you froze it up.
Look, Alexander, I'm sorry.
What are you apologizing for? Okay.
I didn't
What are you
mean to get you killed.
You apologized. You didn't mean to get me killed.
Yeah.
You didn't even get me killed. Really?
I promise. I
Oh, you-
promise I did not mean to get you killed.
Why didn't you cast any magic? Why didn't you do anything? Why'd you kiss a
Because-
coin? Say, Daddy, please, please help me.
Look, it was a strategized play. Because
It
the
wasn't
dragons.
strategy. You know what magic that fucker was capable of? I saw it right before I.
All right. Well,
Listen,
later.
I'm gonna go fly around. I saw a absolutely fine female that's ready to roost. I'm gonna get going,
Yeah.
and I don't know, maybe some astral bird babies. We'll see. But you just think about what you're doing. All right, we're in this.
All
We're in this together. Okay, you and
All
I.
right. Yeah.
All right. I don't want to fucking get vaporized again.
Well, I mean, next time, don't interrupt me when I'm trying to put you away.
Oh, I interrupted you. Really?
You,
was
you
me.
literally stopped me. Yeah.
Oh, I stopped you. I stopped you.
Yeah.
I'm
you
in control.
literally did.
Oh, I'm in
I
control of
literally
this?
went to snap to put you away, and you said, "No, we're in this together." And I was like, "All right."
Because we are. We are in this together. And honestly, if I wasn't there taking one for the team, then Acid Breath would have killed all of you. You would all
Yeah,
be dead.
probably. Yeah,
That's
you're probably
right. It's fucking right I am. Absolutely
Anyway,
fucking right.
and enjoy your day.
You too. Goes to the window, hops up, packs it open, turns around, pulls up the wing, flies off. I'm just kidding. Burns it up fingers. Flies off.
God, that crazy kid.
Alexander's
fuck it.
getting more ruthless by the minute.
I love Alexander so much. He's my favorite member of the party.
Okay. Well, Alexander,
I was like, all right, I'll have a bird friend, more like a bird nemesis. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Bird's gonna take over from now. Apparently,
Yeah.
He has a
Bird's
stone
in
that
control.
absorbs- Yeah, Varys has a stone that absorbs light. He's got an angsty bird. He's literally going to become the big bad. This is where this is going. This is the darkest timeline.
What's so funny
Mhm.
though is that Varys every time is trying to be a nice guy and then just gets shit on.
Just starts
like-
putting on eyeshadow and deep, intense
Right,
mascara.
Exactly. He's listening to My Chemical Romance.
Yeah.
Just goes into the woods, starts launching fireballs into the city. I was like, man, what happened to y'all?
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Okay. So, getting back to yeah, we got Alexander summoned. Alexander doing what Alexander does. We can kind of fast track towards picking up the potions then, if no one has anything else in particular they want to do. I know there was mention of going back to the commander, seeking a reward. It's still
I'll
a
do that when we
possibility.
come back.
When you come back.
Yeah, like for our stagecoach.
Oh, like
Unless
back
we're leaving
from
with it.
no, like you all have decided to go get boats and take boats. You're
Yeah,
leaving the
that's what I'm
stagecoach.
saying. When we come back to get the stagecoach after this is all done,
He's assuming.
You
we're gonna
think
make
we're
it
ever
back.
coming back?
So
Well,
you're
that's
like,
okay.
we're going into the marshes, and then we're gonna come back, getting the job done, and then be like, "Where's our money?"
Yeah.
I see. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Well, I don't want to ask before the job is done.
I get it. I totally, I'm totally there with you. That sounds good. I'm just trying to figure it out. That's all. Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
that was my plan. I didn't.
Okay.
It sounded dumber when you said it though.
I love it.
It's
okay.
like, you know what? When you don't say these things out loud, it sounds way dumber.
Mhm.
Like in your head, you're like, "Oh, this makes perfect sense. I'll ask for the money when I come back." And then you're
I'm
like,
just
"Yeah,
like,
you're
I'm just like, I'm just shitting on Peyton today. Like, I'm just giving so much shit right now. It's fine.
the
I'm not trying to be ruthless to you. I'm so sorry.
No, it's funny. I don't care. You hurt my feelings.
Okay,
What
so
are feelings?
that's right. What are feelings?
I mean, if I
Alright.
couldn't take it, I would just make this familiar stuff, or just would never summon this familiar again.
Jaded's redheaded stepchild.
And then you said from the boats we can just make our way to the marsh. Like we don't even have to. We don't have to go anywhere else.
Correct. Like you don't. Once you get the boats picked up, there's not really any need to go anywhere after that. It's not
Right.
important. So. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and drag potion of acid resistance into your character sheets because you're all getting one of those, courtesy of Axina's. Drag one into Tegan's. That in their inventory. Dewberries. And then Seth. There we go. Okay, so those also have a effect to them as well. So when you take them, they'll actually put on the acid resistance as well. So that's kind of cool. And then Paxina is going to do something which is really funny. You know, Thanos had you offered to go get the ingredients that you're offering to make the map. Paxina is also going to give you a map.
God damn it.
So, just so you know, I'm going to make it so it's all players here at this point, and then I'm going to go ahead and configure it. So this map is loosely made by Paxina. This is not to proportions, especially the waterways and things are really kind of blown out. And the way that I can describe this to each of you is Paxina has taken like a leaf, like a large leaf, and then has almost transcribed, and it's all dried out now and things. So it's like some of the waterways need to be this large, so it encompass like the entirety of the leaf, right, in a way. Paxina is going to go through, and this is something that I'm going to kind of go through it. Paxina is going to go through the map, and then I'm going to also cross with what information Thanos is able to provide on their map, right, with some of this. So obviously we have Norfolk at the top right corner of this map. That is a fishing village that is there, and we have heard, right, that are they there, are they not? We don't know. That was one thing that the commander actually said early on, was that they had sent patrols out that way. They're trying to get the people to get out of there, but they're kind of headstrong in a way, and kind of stayed, right? So people could or could not be there. Who knows, right? Now, pointing out Altar of Flowers, that is a site, an area that the Thixians, particularly represented by the Freljord, and the Salinar would meet. That's where they would actually meet. And so Paxina kind of goes through, and I'm going to have to switch over to the roleplay wise in Paxina's voice. When we would meet there, we would go to the Altar of Flowers. And it is here that the Salinar would come from the brambles of trees around, and we would discuss what it was that conflicted both parties. Salinar always spoke in words of right. Their opinions and their perspectives were inevitable. The Thixian had nothing to really truly argue about. It's rather strange. My time, and after my time, in the redwoods and marshes, the Altar of Flowers always existed. Does it exist now? I do not know. The Mukluk are a collective of Bullywog tribes. Their king is King Muck. How do I know this, even to this day? Well, Muck is king in frog speech. So they literally call their king, King. King. They love shiny things. If you are ever to seek an audience with the Mollywogs and the King Muck, you should bring very nice, shiny things, and they will take you.
Mukluk live in a deep and intense bog, and they most likely still exist. It is rather hard for the undead to make their way and attack them, as they are living on the water. Ivrai used to live around a lake on the west side of the marshes. They're still there. They might have a few settlements there on their lake. The Three Lakes of Duza. Lizard folk tribes. They would make way after the creatures' attacks in Thixia. They would find refuge at the Three Lakes. If there's any of those that remained, they would be there. I do not know which tribes remain. The towers of Morsatra, all marked for the direction of north, southwest, and east. They are in specific places. These towers are large and massive, solid black stone. They had changed their colors after the Feywild congruence, the events of Kalira. They most likely exist. They are magical, created. They are to withstand the weathers of time. Thixia, marked here, this is the heart. And at the heart of Thixia is the Satork Citadel, the Satork Tower. The Satork Citadel, and around the tower was the place of bridge. It is where the congruence, the bridge, of much importance to Thixians and the Morsatral. The undead plague this place. You will find the most concentrated around Crepple Lake. Waters of Farron River have grown far, and much of Thixia is under the water. There's still much of it that remains in a rubbed and overgrown state. Switching off towards Thanos. Thanos, this map is pretty representative of what still exists. There's some things that aren't marked on the map. The first thing that's not marked on the map is the kind of structures around Crepple Lake. There is a particular stronghold on the north side of Crepple Lake. And then there is the fort on the south side of Crepple Lake, where you, in particular, have the memories, right, bridging, right? What it truly is just kind of this really meager, pathetic fort with a kind of a dungeon. You know the Mukluk are there. They have never been any place that you have gone. The undead take no attention to them at all. So you would know that as a safe haven. The Mukluk are protected in a way because, number one, they are very unintelligent frog creatures. And number two, even if they were turned undead, they would be very powerless in the sense. They aren't very capable in fighting. They're tiny, or not tiny, but small. And they also need water. So they have to be in water, like most of their lives. So they're not a whole lot of capabilities.
Downgrade.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot there to like turn and capture them, right? So, and again, they live literally on a bog. It's just like a massive lake with some raised grass and mud patches. And they just span across it. And there is a lot of them, thousands of frogs. So they have a lot of space. Now, the altar flowers and the area around there is something you do not know. In fact, that's not an area that you were ever allowed to go in a way. It's a kind of protected, and so they're kind of drawn through, and that's difficult for you to fathom, right, through your illusions. But you know from the map and after going through the cartographers is that that's a place in your memories that you don't have. Like you don't, and you're like, okay, I can't really write that out because I've never actually really been there. It's not some place that I've really ever gone. The Three Lakes of Duza is a frequenter. You have place breaking through the illusions of capturing and things. You've captured a number of lizard folk. They are there's several different tribes that exist there still, and many of them are getting like further and further encroached into the lakes and then further on the outside of the marshes. The grasses are huge. There's many different waterways there. It's a difficult place to muster, but
Yeah, it's something that is definitely in the wheelhouse of where you've been. So as far as the tribes are concerned, you can probably figure out which ones are, and we can go to those if you want. But anyways, that kind of crosses over that bridge. The Ivrai and the settlement and the lakes there. As far as you're concerned, that's something that doesn't exist. It's just a lake over there and some few relics of housing and things, but bridging that gap of information, it's just not an area that you would have proceeded to.
Okay. Cool.
If there's any questions you want to ask Vaccine at this point, right? Trying to open that up.
You mentioned the Mosatra Towers had some sort of a power, the congruence, correct? That they were necessary?
Yes, well, the congruence does not necessarily mean that it is bridged between planes. Salon Conva is a time in late spring on this plane that the bridge would naturally form. The planes would come close together in the cosmos, and scaffolding of congruence would then be connected. The Mosatra had devised a way of making mirror towers on this plane and the other, and they would position the scaffolding in space and the planes to always be bridged whenever necessary. It's extremely complicated and quite honestly far out of the reach of my intellect and how they work. I just know that they communicate with the other plane, and they have some purpose of mapping and navigating space-time.
So if we wish to close the congruence or undo what was done, those towers may be key in our efforts.
It's possible.
What
It's
do you
not-
know of this altar of flowers?
It is simply the place we would meet the Saladar. We did not know where they come from, nor do we know where the tree they worship. Again, this only drew more animosity of the Thixians to them, speaking of a worship of a tree that didn't even exist, as far as we knew.
If we were
Worshipping
to,
trees seems to be a theme on this con.
if we were to look for another piece of this black stone, where would you think is a good place to start?
I don't know anything about stones, besides you get them from the ground. Maybe that would be a good idea, I don't know. My dear.
I just figured I'd ask.
Oh, well, doesn't hurt.
Panos, what do you think are the odds that we recruit those who remain, frogs, with lizard folk? Siege the undead with an army.
I don't know. I've never worked well in large numbers myself, so I couldn't tell you. Usually surgical strikes were kind of my forte, so I couldn't tell you. I usually went in, grabbed what I was there for, and left.
I worry that our hit list is a bit too broad for such an approach, but perhaps. If nothing else, if we could convince them to march on the center of the undead, it could provide a useful distraction while we make our play.
As long as you are willing to sacrifice that many lives, I should say, for the greater good. And I'm going to kind of give a side eye to Varys, because I know Varys is one of the,
They are
Wanna
already
what?
dying of attrition. This could stave it off at a more short-term cost.
I mean, so the dragon had plans on world domination, right? So any plans to stop that stops a terrible dragon from controlling the world. And I think it's, you know, I think it's a good call to gather allies if we can.
I can lead you to the tribes, however, again, you guys will have to do the talking.
I don't speak frog.
I mean, I can speak to the frogs. I don't think they'll be much use. However, if we need shelter, we can likely trade
You
shiny.
did say, you said there are many of them. Like that in and of itself is use, even if they are not particularly talented.
Well, also, the idea that they may have shiny things. They may have a shiny thing with this that'll hold up the black gemstone
That-
in it.
That is a very
Maybe.
good point. If
Yeah, I
anyone
don't
in
think.
the area were to have collected the shiny black rock, it sounds like it could be them.
I do think if you're looking for warriors, though, whatever's left of the lizard folk would be the better tribes. There's a few left. Few
Well,
tribes.
There are warriors, and then there is cannon fodder. You need both in war.
That is true. Well,
Sometimes.
We should
which
probably
one do you
get
want to
going.
go to first? They're on
Well,
two kind of separate sides of a river.
Did we need
No.
to stop at Norfolk? Was there? Are we going to stop and see if those people are still there, or what the status of that?
I would stop there if nothing. If for another reason, if there's people there, they can give us a more up to date lay of the land.
I was gonna say we should stop at the Altar of Flowers, but if y'all want to stop at Norfolk first, then
I mean, that wouldn't be too much of a stretch.
If we stayed
Yep.
to the north, we could stop at Norfolk, hit the altar, and then move over to the frogs, and probably skirt
Yeah.
most of the undead.
all right. Sounds like a good plan.
I do feel
We
like
should probably
we're going
get
to need
moving.
to examine
Yep.
those towers at some point.
Yep.
It may fall to you to figure out.
Okay. So what exactly did we decide there? So we're going to Norfolk.
I think we're
First,
gonna
probably, yeah.
head
First.
We're basically going to start Norfolk and go counterclockwise.
Start Norfolk. Okay, counterclockwise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think
okay.
we're gonna skirt the north and then figure it out. once
Skirt
we
the
get to
north and
frogs.
then figure out what's going on with the frogs. Okay. Just
Yeah.
kind of going through it, making sure I understand what it is we want to accomplish. Okay. So we're gonna kind of move away from Paxinas. If there's anything you all want to do as first questions, you can ask them now, right? Paxina is going to roll up this this leaf and kind of tie it off for you all and hand it to most likely Thanos, right? Who's kind of aided in some of the information from the conversation here at the table. Just kind of gives it over to you, Thanos. So that way you have a representation of your own notes, and then this kind of creating a really nice map to be able to use. Something based on both that I'll let you know is that the mileage and the time and the things are really different. So you know that on this map and what you've done, right, is that some of the things are kind of a little bit out of proportion. They are more far spaced than they might seem based on you traveling there and then seeing it on the map. You're like, okay, this took a lot longer, or it took a little shorter time. And so things are just not adding up correctly. And that has to do with what you understand to be a difference in time and space when you're in the marshes versus the outside. So that is relating now to the maps a little bit. Even for Paxina seems to be influenced by that as well as yourself, which is something that unfortunately you don't know until you experience. You can't really communicate that until you're really in and then see how things go. So we're gonna kind of leave Paxine unless, like I said, unless there's something you wish to ask
Yeah.
ask them. So.
I'm gonna ask her if she has health potions on.
Oh, health potions. Why, I do have health potions. What do you need?
What do you got?
We used one in our previous battle, and we need to replenish. But I'd rather a greater one at this point.
Oh, potion of greater healing. Oh, I see. Well, I do have some of those. I have 24 vials of those. Suppose that, well, let me see. Reagents wise, and, well, for all of you, I imagine I can part ways with all 24 for 3,000 gold, perhaps?
Those are regular ones?
Potion of
Oh,
greater
greatest.
healing, 44
Greater, okay,
plus 4.
yeah. Yeah. Sounds good to me.
That's a steal.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Well, you'll need it where you are going. Might
probably.
as well go to good use besides spoiling in my storage chamber.
Yeah, buy them all.
Eh. And I mean, I guess also, I don't suppose you have anything that would be useful for surviving in the marshes.
Well, water is not something that will become readily available. You cannot drink the waters in the marshes, so that would become. There's nothing that I can provide you to prepare you for that besides, say, bring water. Would help. Now, you looks towards Thanos. You know there are fresh water sources where you find them in the outers of the marshes, so perhaps you are able to meet your party's need where they don't have to carry so much. There are as many mushrooms and food sources in the marshes, large creatures to kill and eat. Shouldn't be a problem. Or as brews that I can make. I'd imagine that if you're destined to fight Grugash and slay the dragon, the potion of acid resistance will be your most helpful. I don't think anything I can provide will entirely fit the need of all of you besides that one.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yep.
I don't aim to disappoint, sorry.
It's worth asking.
There was some miraculous thing that I could do, I'd imaginally have done it. A long time. Well, I'll show you where the crate is. It's too heavy for me to carry. Gets waddle back to the entry chamber. Just to point to some of the different things inside the storage chamber, that one space that I talked about. Points towards a crate. Kind of open, nestled with kind of straw and things. You're able to pull and see all 24 of these crystal vials with kind of cork stoppers in them, and shakes the head. Those are them. There you are. Now have them in your possession. Who's carrying what?
I'll
Just
carry
go.
them, and we can pass them out carriage or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like
Well,
while
we
we're
have a
on the
bag
way.
of holding.
I mean, I would just, it's like 4 each, right? I would just give everybody a handful of them.
Yeah.
Keep them on you in case you need one.
Tell people time to their belt.
Okay. 4
We
each.
can always redistribute them later if we need to.
All right. I will go ahead and put 4 in each of your inventories. One moment.
Let's just buy more things. So my
We do
quest
have,
is
I
worth
also
more.
definitely have a few items to buy at the market. No.
Are we sure we don't want to go back to Athema and finish our shopping trip?
Some halibut.
Jesus.
We're shopping today, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, shopping.
Boys
I
and
love it.
girls.
So
All
much
manners of
fun.
pronouns. We're all shopping.
Hey, you can never be too careful when you're going into the
12-hour.
marshes.
I mean, she
believe
just busted
you.
out 24 greater healing potions. Like, that was a good ask.
Yeah.
For cheap as shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, those things are like $2,000 each or something.
I don't think they're that much, but they are expensive.
I think the
think they're
superiors
co-
are the really.
Yeah, I think greater are generally around 500 each, something like that. Well, it depends on how you price them. I don't know about this world, but
So
normally, yeah, about 500.
Yeah, so obviously inflation is a huge factor if you try to get one of these potions like at a magic shop or reagents and things and attempt it. You're going to be paying pretty good price. Like you're going to be paying a lot of coin for that. These are literally like potions that they probably made in their free time. Maybe even had them for hundreds of years. Dust on the vials,
Past their
sludge,
expiration date.
little bit of a
Oh, we
sludge
might be
going
getting
on,
sick.
skim on the surface. So they're kind of just giving it,
That's not how potions work. No, it's totally. They're more potent because they've been sitting.
Yeah, sure. So, you imagine that they're going to work. They're just not like top shelf quality that you would probably try to sell in a storefront or anything. So, and they're probably, as far as the deal is concerned, I mean, your quest and your vision here is in the like mind of them. So, they gave you the potions of acid resistance for free. They give you a map for free. Like they're in the same boat as you are. The coin for 3K is mainly them being like, oh well, maybe I can brew other things and do stuff, and in case they come back, or kind of looking ahead. If perhaps even the marshes are back to the redwoods in a way. Who knows? So they're looking long term in their eyes, with passive insight. I'm sure Zeph, you can figure that out too. So, is that it? So just the potions there, everyone. All good?
Yeah. And the potions of acid resistance, those are good for an hour, right?
Yes, I believe so.
That's big.
Right. Yeah. And like I said, I have a few to get in the market, but they're very minor things.
Okay. Well, is it just like spell component stuff?
Actually, I was just going to get a bunch of flask and like probably a barrel, a resealable barrel to keep water.
Okay. You're gonna carry a big barrel.
It's getting
In my back holding, yeah.
I like it. All right, I'll put in a barrel here into your inventory, and then I'll put in.
How heavy would
flasks.
a barrel of water, full of water be even weigh?
Very,
Well,
very heavy.
yeah. I
that
mean,
big barrel, yeah, like a couple 100 pounds.
well, so it depends on. Oh, I crashed. I'm coming back. Am I here?
Yep.
Yeah, you're here.
Discord did not turn me out. All right, I'm back. Okay. So it depends on the barrel. I've just dragged in from the SRD, right, which is a weight of 70 pounds without anything in it. And then it can hold up to 40 gallons of liquid or 4 cubic feet of solids. So you're going to be putting 40 gallons of water in it potentially, which is way more than the bag of holding could carry. So it's really just like, do I want, small kegger, right, type deal, like really tiny, like even only like a 3 gallon, like a 3-gallon
pony
barrel.
keg,
Yeah, like a pony keg. Because if I can just change the values of the item.
Are you using it to like create water and then store it?
Actually,
Is that
I
something-
just looked it up. 40 gallons is a little over 300 pounds.
Does not count the barrel though.
400
Yeah, I
pound
know.
barrel.
So that's 400. I have the room. I don't have much in my bag.
You don't have anything in the bag of holding?
I have a
Most
few
of
things, but
it's
not
in my
much.
bag of holding.
Okay.
Strap
I'd have
on
to-
some backpack
Okay.
straps.
All right, so you are buying a 40-gallon barrel for 2 gold.
Yeah.
And you're filling it with 40 gallons of water.
Correct.
Never need
Okay.
water. Water is good.
I've dragged in 6 flasks, one for each of your parties, so it hold 1 pint of liquid. And those are going to cost you roughly half a gold, so it's about 2.5 gold in the market you're able to get.
God, you're nickeling and diming us at.
Water's
gonna go
free.
broke.
Get it from the local well, filling their stuff, and throwing it in the bag of holding, and brushing the hands off. You're ready to rock.
I keep forgetting that the minus thing doesn't work for the in the gold thing right currently.
Yeah.
Act out how you put that in a bag of holding.
Yeah. How do you do it?
You just put the bag over it, right, and then flip it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it
I want to
opens
know
up
how
to
he's
a
going to
bit
get
of-
it out of the bag.
Yeah, carefully. I mean, it's gonna spigot. All you gotta do is get that part out, and
Just reach the cup in, you know.
Oh, to tap
pretty
it.
much. Yeah,
Yeah. What?
that was the whole idea.
You tap it in. You fill in people. All right, everyone got their water. Put the barrel back. You put it in. All of a sudden, your bag of holding loads. So the barrel's making water the whole time.
'Cause you can just fill the bag of holding up with water and then just dip flasks into it, right?
I don't like this game.
Fill full of water. You're jumping out a sword. Boss stabs you in the mouth.
Don't think about anything except water.
Only water.
I
Only
died
water.
about a sword.
What is our game today? This is so.
Yeah, so good. Okay. All right. So from there, put us back onto here. So that map will always be accessible. Just FYI. So in your navigation, so we should be able to cycle back to that. Then passing to the river, right, to get the boats.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Jesus, it's raining.
So stream, river.
Oh, Jesus, it's streaming.
Based on this, I'm just going to advance the time clock to about 12:30ish p.m. It's based on Paxino, it said kind of midday-ish next day, so you're given some time, but making it a little bit more realistic. So you begin to head south outside of the town. You pass through numerous amounts of fields and things that have been already picked and harvested. Now they're getting primed for the winter and things. And the homesteads, a lot of them have their chimneys going for the midday. Bread, lunches getting prepped for dinner. There's a lot of people out and about, with wagons and carts coming through the fields and down the road and up the road. Individuals are kind of running around in a way, doing their daily tasks and their businesses. Now, one thing to note is that these fields are not trampled of any kind. None of the undead have actually come through here from based on your passive perceptions and investigations. And you're really just taking a nice, pleasurable walk down the cobbled path here, cobbled road. It's now significantly larger after leaving the town. It's gone to about 20 to 25 feet in its width to help out the wagons and other things. It's also kind of reinforced on the sides because of how much rain and runoff kind of happens throughout the year. So we then see this stone bridge. The stone bridge has two identical semi-arched cutouts underneath the space, right? It's a very typical kind of river bridge. And the river crosses over, and it's roughly, I would say, 35 to 40 meters in the river's width right at this junction, or this point. And the bridge is made out of stone. It looks really nice. It has a couple of these straight lamp type fixtures or things that can be kind of lit up at night if they need to. And then there are people on canoes or like a little bit of river boats, and they can tie off and go underneath the bridge, and they can go upriver if they need to. And next to the bridge, and showcasing this river in all of its glory, and I would say all of its glory in a way, is steep kind of embankments. This river is a cutout, and so there's a lot of like fern and type of vegetation that gets wet and sits at a low angle, and then that begins to kind of climb up these embankments that can range all the way up to like 15 feet. And they form these very sliding kind of mud, almost vertical slopes. Trees and other sorts of plants and vegetation sit on the other sides of higher up than them, and they kind of create an enclosed feeling of this river. Now, beachhead wise, this is where you see just a massive number of individuals. It's a very large kind of beachhead filled with pebbles and loose rock and things of this grayish kind of river rock or river stone, and it forms over not a sandbar, but like a mud bar, and that is connected to a little bit of a trail that winds itself up to the road with a few different pieces of stone to make a staircase, as well as a couple of different pieces of like pulleys and other things if they need to like lower boats down or materials down onto the beachhead. It's not a very far thing at all, but it's something that creates a little bit of a break from the road and the river, right? Something that's like kind of like an obstacle you'd have to navigate. The beachhead has numerous amounts of lean-tos and tents, as well as huts that have been constructed, and the population here is just a absolute shit ton of halflings. So you're finding just a lot of small folk that are down here, and they have like smoke, kind of these smoke houses or other sorts of structures that they've created. They're butchering fish, they're cleaning them, they're working off these fish baskets they put on their backpacks, and they're stoking the flames, getting these smoke ready, and they're kind of laying out the fish to do their business. Now, most of their catch is done. So most of the boats here are out on the, just creating lines and columns of boats, some leaning on the embankments or by the tents and lean-tos. And they are really just relishing in the spoils of their catch, right? They're picking the fresh smoked ones off that are ready to go. They're eating them. They're talking. They're making merry. They're smoking on pipes. They have kegs that are freshly tapped. And there's just this whole atmosphere down here that exists in its own independent way outside of the town. So you pass down there, and some of the boats are nicer than others. They're upkept. They have a little bit of names, the halfling names on them and things. And you're really just passing into the crowd, asking for Stilton, right? Where's Stilton? And everybody knows everybody. So, Stilton, right down there. They're just kind of pointing. Everyone knows where Stilton is. They know where Stilton's tent is. They know where Stilton's boats are. And they're just kind of guiding you through the crowd. And a lot of them are like, oh, here's a full fair. And people are like clotting and kind of handing you smoked fish and like, try this. It's fresh. I like it. And they're kind of just like handing it to you, cheering you on. Someone's playing kind of like a lute or something. And like, heroes of full faring. Yeah. They're just absolute. Now, all these halflings are high as fuck. There's this intense smell from their pipes. They're just dazed and they're just like cheering on. And they're having a fantastic time. Eventually you find Stilton. Stilton is very similar to Andrew, except has these kind of curly, almost like somewhat afro-like hair that flows down and a brown auburn. They have a penciled little goatee, bluish green eyes, a very fair complexion that is of similar age, which is a middle-aged young halfling. They have their kind of pants tucked up into shorts of brown cloth. They have a matching vest that goes over a white kind of cloth blouse. I'm crashing again? What is happening? Okay, what is happening? Is it you? Oh, it's you. Yeah, you turned your camera on, didn't you?
Oh, real?
It's doing it again.
Oh no.
Don't turn that
Last time
camera
it
off.
was-
Do you remember it was doing this? It would crash us when people turn their cameras on and off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we
I
had
thought
more
it was
than
just
like
when
two
Maldor
cameras.
did it.
No,
Well-
it's doing it again.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. No
You
worries.
dare turn that camera off, boy.
No worries. So white cloth blouse underneath, the shirt right ruffled up and kind of clipped through, and then they have suspenders, and everything's really so they can get in the water in and out pretty quick, but also have a sense of style and fashion. And they're over kind of in a pocket corner to the far side of the crowd here. You begin to walk up. They turn around to you, pipe in hand, and a tankard. Oh, hi! How's it going? Stilton Tumble Rot. Here is the Fort Fair, and here indeed. Why y'all come down here to the smokestacks, eh?
We need a boat.
We need a couple of canoes. We're
Right.
we're
Yeah,
going
possibly
into the
just-
marshes to try to fix everybody's problems.
You need my boats, my canoes to go into the marshes?
Yeah.
Well, we heard you were the most fierce river captain in town.
Roll a flat charisma check.
It's a good thing I'm not doing this.
We haven't asked for any rolls at all. Now we're rolling.
That's right. First roll of the game.
This
Here
is
we
the
go.
first roll of the day.
Nat 20, let's go.
12.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Flattery. I like it. I like it. But I don't be liking sending my boats down river to the marsh. I ain't gonna get them back. They ain't coming back. So I'll cut you a price because you're the heroes of Fort Farron. Let's call it, let's say 8 gold a boat. Take 2 canoes to fit 3 each. So 16.
Sounds fair.
All right.
And I'll pay him using my gold, like personally.
Appreciate it. Now, I do have to ask, since I'm looking at what, yeah. Any ever been through some Class 4 rapids before?
No,
I don't
White Rapids.
actually know
No,
if I would have done that where my home is.
Anyone have proficiency in sea vehicles?
Oh,
I mean, I've used them before, but I wouldn't say I go so far as say I have proficiency.
If you guys want to camp out for an extra day, I can have proficiency in sea.
All right. Well, that's all right. Just say to be safe. Yep. Take it slow. Yeah.
I call
good
dibs
luck.
on riding with Thanos.
Y'all want some fish on your wagon? Give you a little smoked fish. Haven't headed up to the market yet. I've been quite lazy indeed. We're all kind of rushing on the fact that the fort's still there. All the way, old chap. They all cheer together.
yeah, sure, we'll take some.
All right. How many? 2 pounds? 5 pounds? 6 pounds? 10 pounds? All right. You want 12 pounds? 12 pounds. I'll be right back.
Perfect.
Back with just a massive knapsack full of smoked fish. And then 1 smaller leather pouch.
I just remembered something else I was going to buy. I forgot about.
We got what Luke Carr was after.
Retcon then if you need to buy something. We're not going to buy it now.
Gems.
You want what?
Literally just a bag of gems. Basically, something shiny for the frog people.
Oh, okay.
They don't even have to be expensive gems. Just
That's fine. Okay, that's fine. Just getting some
zirconia.
shiny things. That's fine. Okay.
basically.
Yeah.
That's fine. All right, 12 pounds of Stilton's finest smoke. And, well, another small little trinket here of some halfling green. You all got some pipes on you?
I don't think we do.
I think Lucard does.
Yeah, Luke Carr might have a pipe.
Oh, okay. We'll just share.
Oh yeah.
All right, well,
Oh.
you see as they undo the vest and they cycle, you see 12 uniquely made beautiful pipes. 12 pounds of smoked fish and 12 beautiful pipes. Hadn't crafted these myself. And chiseled. And worked. Well, you got one there. You won't be fixing to get some of mine. But anyways, you enjoy that. +1 to your wisdom, -1 to your intellect. Real thing.
Works for me.
Oh, yeah. All right.
I can't smoke this shit. Sorry, guys.
It's, it strikes me it might be useful in resisting the effects of whatever's in the swamp. If you just preemptively,
Get high.
inebriate
Clog
yourself.
your mind.
There's about 60 uses in there. Quite expensive, but the heroes of Fort Farron might as well set you off right. Especially if I ain't get a bit of boats back.
30 for me, 30 for the rest of you to share.
Could be the last time that I see y'all.
Wow. You don't have faith in us?
Oh, I don't mean I don't have no faith, but maybe fixing to come back to Fort Farron after you conquer the marshes of Invaling.
Well, we got to come back for our wagon. So, your cousin, I think, is watching over that. Actually,
You all seem to have a great deal of attachment to this carriage.
yeah, we paid a lot of money for it.
Barely.
For the right price, cousin and I, we might be able to take the stagecoach wherever you want.
We'll likely send for it. At least the horses. Make sure your cousin takes good care of my horses.
Oh, well,
But
Andrew's
not too
honestly the
good care.
Well, Andrew's one of the best animal handlers I know. Quite good.
Anyway, thank you very much for the fish.
You're
fuck outta
most
here.
welcome. You're most welcome. All right, then. I'll help you with the boats. Get them off to the water. Walk over. Grabs the boats. Slide them down the rocks and gets into the water. Gets the oars in there as well.
This is gonna go great.
All right, bye. Oh,
Boy.
it's a bye. Here's the full. Bye. Everyone's like, bye, bye, bye. Where's the ferret? Yeah, cheering and giving you all sorts of love.
Wow.
I climb
Yeah,
in my
no
boat
one
and
proficient.
point to Thanos right in front of me.
Whoa! These halflings know how to do it.
Right.
Hey!
Here's the full ferret.
Yeah!
Who else is riding with me and Lucar?
All right, what is the order in the boats?
I want to
I
ride
feel
with
like-
Maldor wherever he
I was gonna
is.
say, I feel like Lucar and Maldor should probably not be in the same boat since we easily weigh 5 times what everybody else does with all the plate armor and shit.
All right, who's in boat number 1? Call it.
Probably
be in
me, Lucar, and Zeph. Yeah.
All right, Thanos, Lucar, and Zeph are in boat number 1. Boat number 2.
Maldor, Varys, and Tegan.
All right.
And then I'm gonna lean over to Maldor and be like, "You ready to get slammed down big style by this dragon?"
I'm leaving this group. I'm never coming back.
I'm not familiar with that language.
Oh, that's just slang from back home.
Noble speech.
Yeah, sure. We'll go with that.
Matter of court.
I've lit up
Yeah.
one of these pipes, by the way. One of these new ones. Pass it
Yeah.
up to Thanos.
There you go.
Absolutely. What is
I am
wrong with
good.
you?
More for me.
I've done enough hallucinogenics in my life.
Right, this poor man just got his mind back.
+1 to wisdom, though.
I absolutely cannot take any hits to intelligence.
Actually, I will 100% do that because +1 to wisdom would give me an extra point to my save. Exactly. So
Yeah, I was gonna say if it
You're
wouldn't ruin my int save, I would probably do it.
and it won't change my intellect. So yeah, it's perfect.
Can it be a -1 to strength, a +1 to wisdom?
I don't think you want to smoke anything that takes a -1 from your strength.
Well, I mean, it would be the same regardless.
That is like extreme couch lock.
Oh god, that would be so bad. Like, imagine just and you're weaker now.
What happens if we get separated because of the rapids here?
I don't
Assuming
know.
we make it all the way without capsizing the boat.
Good thing we
Oh,
have
my boat's making it.
maps.
Yeah, I feel like
None of y'all were sailors in your background. Come on.
yeah, I mean, like I said, I would imagine my characters probably used boats, but probably nothing that would be really taken into account on rapids.
Well, that's what I
Astral
was
sea.
thinking. too.
Astral. There's no water.
Don't rich people buy these massive boats and sail them around for fun? Shouldn't she be good
There's
at this, Varys?
no rapids on an ocean, my
No,
man.
rich people pay other people to sell them for them.
That is also true. I've never sailed a ship in my life.
Okay, so since we're kind of in the midday here and we're working through, we're definitely not going to get all the way to Norfolk on the water in a single. So you definitely have to you'll have to make port on the riverside and kind of camp out. So we'll come to that because there actually is something with that. So, but for now, we're going to get onto the water here. The rain, I've kind of silenced that sound effect, but it is still raining. So there is a kind of a medium-sized rain right now that's coming down. You're getting into the canoes and you're beginning to go down the river. Now the current itself is quite intense and eventually gets really kind of narrow, and that's all of a sudden when the rapids kind of hit. So you've been on this journey at this point, kind of like a couple hours, and everything's been just absolutely sublime, right? You're seeing kind of game animals might coming to the riverside. You have the large sound of the sound kind of crashing at everything. You have the kind of the rain coming down, and then now it's kind of subsided, moving over to the overcast, and you're kind of just enjoying the trees and the other vegetation, the other things. You're kind of maybe having the oars every so often, kind of getting a little bit of a guide, but you don't actually have to use a whole lot of effort to make these boats work until this point where the river now kind of comes down, like tightens up, forms embankments kind of climb outwards, and you hear the sounds of the rushing, just absolute rushing water here, which is kind of creating that sound effect of the rapids that are just going to hit you very quickly. So I need to ask just a couple questions. Who is taking charge of boat 1 and who is taking charge of boat 2?
What kind of checks is required for boat checks?
So because no one has proficiency in the vehicle, that means you're going to have to get a check in general. If you had proficiency with the vehicle, you wouldn't need a check at all. You're able to kind of guide the crew, make sure you're going through the rapids. That's the beauty of having vehicle proficiencies. You just automatically get them, and it's not a check that's needed in my game, right? Now, in terms of what you're going to do here, if no one has the proficiency in the vehicles, is you got to find a way you're going to command your people. Are you going to strength check this? Strength check and grab the oar, pulling the boat around. Are you trying to be charisma based to be like, row, not that way, this way? Are you going to be dexterous where you're balancing on the boat, just hoping the water doesn't take you? So that's the realm of what we're doing here.
Intelligence probably would not play a role in this, I would imagine.
Intelligence or wisdom is not going to have a whole lot of play in this, unless you're going to try to make unless you're going to try to make an argument, or Constitution as well. Unless you're going to try to make an argument to be like, oh well, I can try to use my wisdom and seeing which way is best in the waterway and try to,
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to ask about, because I'm trying to think of a way I can bring survival into play, because that's my plus one.
Well, now is the time to make the argument. You're not going to get proficiency in this check. So these are going to be straight ability checks, but you can make the argument.
I was going to do. If I can make the argument that with my intelligence, I would know the best way through the rapids, then that's what I would want to do.
Okay. So Varus here is going to try to make an intelligence check, was saying, hey, I'm intelligent enough, I could figure out through these rapids.
Yeah. I've read books about sailing. I've read books about... Yeah.
We're all going to die.
I have a crazy idea for boat 1.
Yeah, honestly, my best thing to contribute to whoever's actually guiding it, but to help them at least, maybe. Best thing I can think of is just trying to keep an eye on the water itself and see which one looks particularly choppy and avoiding that.
Is there a tree on the bank?
Are you talking about how the rapids are
50 feet?
The rapids are a long ways, so it's a long stretch of the river you're going to have to go through the rapid. That's not just like one tree being like, oh, we're fine, we're outside of this 2 foot of rapids. No, this is like you're just like staring at it right now. It's impending. You're going to have to go through it if you're going to continue on these
Use my investigation to see the best way through.
All right, I need an intelligence check from Varus, and then who for boat 1?
I mean,
just an ability check?
Yeah.
Flat intelligence check, yep.
I guess...
No, I'm using Chrono Shift. I'm
wow. You want to Chrono Shift your own ability check? Is that even possible?
Yeah.
Could be, I think.
We could either do my strength or Thanos survival, probably.
It is.
No, not that way. This way.
Creature to roll.
Shift myself.
Yeah.
Can I tell how the fish are kind of traveling, either survival or nature, and just kind of follow them with our boat?
Again, it's going to be a flat check.
Flat.
So wisdom, if you're going to try to do a wisdom check here, you can make the argument again. You can get the roll out.
Can I help him?
All right, that's a little bit better.
No, because the other people are rowing. That's the intention. The other people are rowing. So whoever's taking charge of the boat, you're taking charge. Like you're guiding them as they're rowing frantically.
Yeah, I think, Lucar, you just manhandle the boat. I think that's our best bet.
All right, Lucar, roll strength check.
Where the button to do the strength?
On the HUD.
Where the button
or the character sheet.
I don't have those buttons showing right now.
Go to your character sheet and just click the strength check.
Yeah, just pull it up on your character sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you click on in the character sheet?
Click on
STR.
Strength. Should be a little plus
Like
whatever
title?
mod.
Yeah.
Oh, there we
Just
go.
click on it, and it'll ask you to do either an ability check or a saving throw. Oh God!
Natural
Yeah,
20.
yeah.
There it goes. All right, Lucar. You let off a draconic roar, taking the boat, shoving the boat back and forth, hitting people out of the way. Give me the oar! You kind of yelling at them as you guide them through. Varus with a 14. I think it's this way. No, it's that way. Confusion erupts, but you find a decent path and you begin to go through. This is all
Okay.
for roll. This is all for roll. I'm trying to kill you all, right? That'd be like a horrible way for players to die. What happened to the Albanian? They
I
drowned.
rolled a natural 1, and then this dude rolls a natural 20.
Yeah.
No, I can't catch myself being
Okay.
dumb right now.
Okay. So you continue to make way, and eventually we're going to get to a point where the night is coming upon us. Right. We're traveling. We've gone numerous amounts of miles here. And the sun is beginning to set. And before the sun begins to set, you got to make port. So you're kind of gauging, and now the water itself has calmed down, so it's not so loud with the rapids and things, and it hasn't been that way for several hours. And you're kind of gauging. You look and you say, okay, here's a little beachhead here. Let's go ahead and get off of the river before it gets too dark and we can't see anything. And so you begin to make port here. Now, as you get your boats and settle them down and port them out and get yourself onto the things, you then begin to hear, some of you with passive perception. I believe we have someone with 20 as Zeph, and Thanos with the 16. So Zeph and Thanos, both of you, in the drowning of the sounds of the waterway, you can hear what resembles that of shoveling of brambles of shrubs, like someone is like pulling at shrubs and grabbing at certain things, and that is up the embankments. And so it's outside of your kind of line of sight being down here, but you can hear that happening up there.
How dark is it? Is it dim light? Is it still light?
We're not in dim light yet. So the idea behind this is that you wanted to get on land before the sun was fully down. Yeah.
Good thing you have a ring of invisibility.
Yeah, that's true. It was more I wanted to see if I could fly up and see what it was. So guys, there's somebody up there. I'm gonna go check it out, and I'll actually cast Pass Without a Trace. And I will quietly start climbing embankments to see if I can get up and see what's making the noise.
Okay, I'm going to make a stealth check. 19. Okay.
Did you get past without trace?
Almost.
Were you invisible or no?
Oh wait, hold on. I have advantage on stealth checks. I forgot from the cloak. Let me just go ahead and roll another one.
Better.
Okay. So go ahead and move your token.
Before you take off, I'll brain meld with you.
Brain meld.
Brain
Got
meld.
it. These are small enough to climb. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I will look around once I'm up here at the top.
Okay. So when you kind of come up here into the tall grass, as this is reaching over the last embankment, you kind of get yourself upright and you see what resembles that of a halfling who's picking these blueberries off of these shrubs. He's picking them off and kind of eating them very ferociously. They're extremely weathered. Their clothes are just decayed. Their hair is in an absolute mess. It's very kind of what should be kind of curly to the mid-ear, browns and auburn, fair complexion, green blue eyes, pencil goatee, but they're lack of shave here, and then they're just covered in dirt and muck, and they smell even from this distance. And they're just ferociously ravaging into the bushes.
Okay, I'm going to kind of have my hand crossbow in my hand, however, inside of my cloak. And I'm going to step a little bit closer. Excuse me, sir. What are you okay?
Turns around, looks, doesn't see anything. Don't eat me, please! And he just begins to run in the eastern direction as far as possible.
Oh yeah, I will take off. I guess I'll stop stealthing. And I'll chase after him.
Okay. Just running frantically, eventually ducks underneath the brambles of the bushes. As a halfling being small sized, you're unable to catch them before they're inside the bushes. You can
All
crawl
right.
through.
All right.
Did you see anything?
There was a halfling. He looked rather starved. I wonder if he was from Norfolk.
How far away is it to Norfolk?
You have gone roughly at this point about 28 or so miles, so you will be reaching Norfolk in the morning of the next day.
Oh, a lot closer than I thought. So yeah, definitely possible.
Yeah, you go very fast on the water. It's a very efficient route.
Hmm.
We're gonna put out our pocket cottage.
It's a space.
Yeah, I'll ask Herbert if he'd be like a waterfront type cabin or is
Oh, the seashell.
We should have asked him if he could have just been a traveling houseboat.
What happens if Herbert breaks up on the rapids? Contract null and void?
Probably.
What are you going to ask Herbert?
But
I was going to ask him, can you be like a riverfront type cabin, like with a small dock or something like that, or is it purely land based cottages?
Oh, yeah. You need this right now?
If available, yes.
It takes me some time. Not just like an instant thing. But I can try to see what happens.
Like how long does it take? This wasn't really discussed.
Takes as long as it takes.
Real
You
helpful.
always read the fine print.
I did. It wasn't in there. That fine print was all about he gets to eat you.
As far as red flags go.
we should probably be on guard. However, the halfling looked rather hungry. They may try to come back and steal from us.
I thought you was going to say eat us.
I mean that too. That seems to be our luck with things. Things tend to bite.
Okay, put all of our stuff in one area. I can put an alarm spell around it, so nothing.
I mean, if Herbert's able to do his cottage thing, we'll have a door we can lock.
Yeah.
You just put the alarm spell around the inside of the cabin.
Yep.
All right, well, I can get my best bet here. Set me down.
Right? I guess
I'm
I'll
gonna
just
go
put him right here in the middle here.
all the way over here before we get smashed by a house.
Opens up. This whole cottage begins to grow. Almost identical to what it was before.
Okay.
Well, that didn't change. Oh well. See,
It's all
good.
the
It
structure's
works.
like breaking into the environment around. The environment's like kind of poking up through. You begin to walk onto the space, stepping in.
Herbert, do your doors lock?
Yeah. There's not. I can't draw walls at the same time. Walls do not attach to tiles.
All good. I'll lock.
What
the
you
front
need is
door.
token attacher.
Attach walls
That's
to
real
the
fun.
to the tile. I mean, you can. It gets
Yeah.
really buggy though. Like
I've never had a problem.
super buggy. You've never had a problem with that?
Hey, not really.
Attaching the walls.
Oh
to the
yeah,
tile?
problems if I try to do multi-story stuff.
Have you ever tried attaching walls to it and then turning it?
Yeah. It's
But,
always worked for me.
Wherever
flags me out like crazy.
I'll get everybody to like put everybody's stuff in one area, and then I'll alarm spell around that
Okay.
are like valuables, basically.
Okay.
I'm gonna trance out staring at the front door.
I'm going to bed.
And also, now that we have our maps, actually, no, I'll keep my proficiency. Never mind. I was thinking I might switch to water vehicles, but
Oh, and the alarm spell will play out loud because there's an option for it to play in my head or out loud, but I'll have it do out loud.
should we do watches?
Always a good idea.
So
Especially when we're heading into an area we know is actively hostile.
Zeph, you want to take first? I'll take second, and Maldor third, and the other three of you can join us as you wish.
Here.
I have a keen eye.
I can
I'll
see that
tell
with your
Thanos to
passive.
wake me up for a second watch whenever he takes his.
Okay. All right. So the illumination of the space is starting to happen slowly and surely.
So this cabin's kind of badass.
It's almost identical. Well, we can always discuss out of the session what you want your house to look like. It comes time. Let's draft this over.
We definitely need to add more.
Also, one of the reasons why I
beds.
have it attached. Yeah, I haven't attached it to the walls because generally, I'd imagine you want to change what this looks like. So
No, this is fine.
So we need to add like beds, or at the very least, like.
I like how
hammocks or
Zeph
something.
signed the contract and Varys stole the master immediately.
No one went in there. I was like, whatever, I'll go to bed.
It's mine now.
Oh, you're leaving? Oh, you're back.
I clicked the accidentally wrong thing. All right, so we're casting an alarm spell on the structure. Right. Okay. I was gonna draw walls, but it's fine. Okay, that's gonna take too much time. So, casting the alarm spell on the structure, you all kind of find spaces inside of here and begin to get your long rests for the night. At some point, you hear the sound of rustling, Zeph, outside of the space. They notice you don't actually hear this, and then the alarm spell is going to go off.
So it's out loud. It's like a large, loud bell.
Correct. The spell begins to ring outwards. You then hear the shrills of a voice. Ah, ah! And then that becomes more distant and more distant and more distant.
I think we found our halfling.
You know, after that, I'm literally going to prepare a small meal and set it outside the door.
That's how you get strays. You don't do this. They'll never leave.
So you're setting a meal outside the door?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we did have 12 pounds of smoked fish, so that's fair.
Yeah, we have a bit of extras. Yeah. So.
Do you mean we need all that fish?
With the dim light of the fireplace providing some warmth and the candlelight, you can hear the sounds of floorboards creaking and then eventually the sound of consumption of food.
That's when the trap springs.
Should we go check on him?
A fireball goes off on the porch.
Also,
I mean,
that's
if
the
we're
time
going
to
to
do
do that, perhaps we send someone more diplomatic than myself or you.
I mean, I can capture him, and then somebody else can talk to him.
That's probably not the best foot to start that conversation. You already chased him off once.
Hearing them talk about this, I'm gonna go to the front door and look outside. Just like crack it open.
Crack it open. See the halfling on the knees, shoving the food in the mouth.
You hungry, friend? No, no,
Runs.
it's okay. I'll hold person him. No,
As they're
I'm
running.
kidding.
As they're
no.
running, they trip over some of the rocks, landing into the water. They begin to flow down the river.
Son of a.
Well, good
will-
job, Varus. You've killed him.
I was as nice as possible.
I'm gonna fly out with the cloak and I'm gonna pick him up and then I'm just gonna. I don't know what I'm gonna do once I grab it. Oh, I'll throw the rope back towards Varus and hopefully he can grab the rope
Okay.
and pull us back.
Yeah.
Let me go! Let me go! Stop! Let me go! You hate me! Don't hate me! Make an athletics check.
Oh God! Can someone help me?
You want both of us to make it?
Correct.
Athletics.
Reach out
No,
and
wait,
grab
that's
Varus by the
acrobatics, sorry.
collar so he doesn't go flying into the river.
Sorry, that was acrobatics.
It's fine. I can take the roll, which is a 9.
Okay.
So you don't have any strength mod, right?
Nope.
So 8, 9 is going to beat the 5. You begin to pull this particular character to the shore. Thanos, you're able to get yourself onto the shoreline, pulling, coughing up water themselves. Please, please, kind of grabbing them, holding them down
Buddy,
into the rocks,
Buddy,
thrashing
we're
the body
not-
around.
we're
Let
not
me
trying
go!
to-
Let me go!
Look, we're normal people. We're the ones that put up the food for you.
Well, persuasion.
Oh, I'm so good at that. Persuasion. Here we go. Not very good.
Where's Tegan when you need him?
Maldor is actually more persuasive than
You're a liar! You're gonna eat me! Looks towards Thanos. Thanos now
I
disappears.
just saved your life.
Oh yeah, he's
Dana-
invisible.
Dana,
I'll
sorry, let me
cast
put.
light
Hold
on
on.
myself.
Let me actually hit the wrong thing here. Hold on. Okay,
I was
you're
invisible.
yeah.
Here we
you're
go. Casting
invisible.
light.
Oh, you're throwing on light.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I forget
I was like, yeah. At this point, you definitely be invisible. There's the light, and then
Oh shit,
that
that's right.
that'll cancel out the invisible. Okay, there we go. Currently, Ruben also is grappled, so we'll just make sure it's I'll see the effects. This comes in perspective. Don't take me! Don't take me!
Would you
Staring
like
at
some more
Thanos.
food?
Would you like
No!
to stay?
No! You're gonna take me away in chains! No!
For the record, we don't even have chains.
He's
Speak for
crying,
yourself.
frantic, continuously looking at Thanos with utter terrifying fear.
Oh, yeah. I should probably leave. Maldor, you want to hold him so he doesn't run away?
That's right. Listen, he's
Yeah, I forgot the things and the stuff.
he's with
wait.
us. He's not in that business anymore.
Yeah, we're harmless, man. I assure you.
Let me go! Let me go!
Let him go. I mean, he doesn't want to be here.
Listen, we're here to get rid of the undead in this place and put it back the way it was.
Seeing that Maldor has it handled, I'm going back inside. I don't have time for this.
Fair, go back to bed.
I can't see. I can't see. Let me go!
Oh, yeah, Varus took the light with him.
I don't care. I'm out of
The Maldor will cast light on himself.
Or light
Oh,
coming
yeah, that's
off.
a thing Maldor can do now.
Yeah.
Roll persuasion.
It's
Hey, look at that.
2 lights. Yeah, gotta get both.
Double the
Double
light.
light.
You're a liar! You're a liar! You're just gonna put me in chains and then eat me, or worse, turn me into the undead. You're one of them. I know you are. Look at you! Look at your eyes! Ah!
Brother.
Just let him go, dude.
You know what? How about this? I'm just going to. Where is it? I know I have it. I'm just going to create create food and water. I'm going to create a bunch of food right in front of them, and I'm just going to walk inside.
yes. Listen, I'm going to let you go now. We mean you no harm, but you probably stop shouting before you draw attention to other things that might be lurking in the woods. Going back to bed.
Wait, where are you going? Is it warm in there?
Yes, it is.
Is there more food?
Yes,
Can I come inside?
certainly. You must stop screaming, though.
Okay. Looks towards Thanos. No! Runs outside, slams the door.
I was just shut up. He's not going to
I'm
do
just
anything.
gonna put my ring of
God,
invisibility
so
on, and I'm
weird.
gonna go sit in the corner. I'm over this shit. I'm so over this.
Can I
Really
hit
does
the
not like
light
you.
on me?
Did you-
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to be it.
Did
I
you
wanna
ever
catch-
have a halfling escape?
No, but there's a lot more.
Halfling
of
pokes the head up
me
the
than
window.
Me.
They duck down.
Whatever. Michael, you know what I really want to do right now? I want to roll my Tome of the Beholder.
That's fine. You hear the door
Halfling
jangle.
thing's going on.
Door handle begins to move.
It's locked, right?
You then see the halfling again.
Lucar's blazing.
Roll your toe
Episode
holder.
down. Yep, let's do it.
All
All right,
right.
I'm going for
roll.
pulse wave, guys.
Give me roll.
Hey,
Where's
Lucar,
the-
you should offer this halfling some of that green.
The king of diplomacy.
Mm-hmm.
I just grunt and hold it out.
For some reason, it won't let me roll it.
Roll a percentile die. So the D100.
That's a D100. Yeah.
Yeah, it's roll a D100.
No.
Oh, it's
God,
unfortunate. Not in there.
That's so
No. Chapter 1.
All right, and then we'll do
All
summon greater demon as well.
right, give me a roll.
Okay. Got
Oh,
that.
It's there. Summon greater demon is in
It
there.
has been foretold.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me go do that. So I have summon greater demon.
Summon
Maldor,
greater
where did
demon.
your friend go?
I don't know. He's outside somewhere.
Fucking halfling. We're never gonna get any sleep.
The front door is open.
As are all the windows.
You hear the bedroom door out here. The actual door itself begins to jangle and then it's open.
Is it open or he's just messing with it?
See, the door is ajar and open completely.
Oh, hold up.
I think you've lost your bed, Varus.
I'll walk in.
You don't see anything.
He just stole
There's-
your shit.
There's no way. I'm gonna cast Detect Thoughts.
Okay. Cast Detect Thoughts. Begin to probe the surface thoughts. You hear the mutterings. Don't find me. Don't find me. Please don't find me. Coming from the wardrobe.
I'll be like, man, where could that halfling be? I don't want to hear what he said.
Won't find me. They won't find me. I'll be safe. They won't get me. I'll live. They won't get me. I'll live. I'll be kind. It's fine.
I'll
Don't
kick the wardrobe
vocalizes.
and then open it.
Boom, swings open, stares at you, begins to scream. Passes out, unconscious.
Brother.
All right, I'll go and lock the door that he came in. And then I'll drag his unconscious body into the living room. Like, guys, I
My
killed
God,
him.
Varus, you killed him.
Yeah. No, I think he passed out from the tear. But I don't know if I want someone waking up and freaking out in our home. Maybe we should tie him up to something.
Well,
Well,
he has extreme PTSD from being put in shackles. So that may make.
I
it
don't know.
worse.
I just don't. Okay, well then I guess we're keeping watches on the unconscious halfling.
I mean, we're already
The
keeping watches
other-
in general.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, I'm going to bed. Wake me up when you want me to watch.
Though this poses a bigger problem for us. If he is indeed from Norfolk, I don't think we could stop in Norfolk.
If everyone's going to act like that.
Yes.
Well, I mean, he does look a bit disheveled. I suspect either no one is in Norfolk has been out here on his own for some time.
I mean, he seems to run away from everything, so it's likely he just ran away. Is this a bathroom, by the way?
It is a bathroom. That's why I thought you would find it comical that you pointed the crossbow at the bathroom. They're coming out of there! Come out, the hands up!
that-
Don't forget to wipe.
Marvin just appears. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I did
we
did
gotta
not mean-
stop meeting like this.
God, stop meeting in the shitter, man. Oh, I'm sorry. Anyways, all right. So we're gonna end it there. After this halfling has made way into your illusionary cottage or somewhat physical cottage, and has passed away from passed out from passed out from Frank,
Passed away.
unconscious, and they're hungry and thirsty and tired and just absolutely disgusting. So we're going to close it there. Any
Hopefully he
questions?
doesn't smell as bad because he took a dip in the river.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Washed away some of the buck for sure. Any have questions at all or anything they want to bring up?
Yeah, I have a question. When does the Tome of the Beholder hate?
Well, that is most interesting. Actually, honestly, the odds are not in your favor.
It's 50-50.
Peyton, if you played the Hunger Games, you'd be done.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah, he'd be instantly. First person out.
I find I have really weird luck with rolls. Like there's some rolls I make and they're like consistently good, and then other things I do they're just always bad. And the tome is one of them that is just always bad.
Well, you also haven't rolled from it super often, so statistically, you're going to have a roll of bad rolls and there's another stretch of good rolls.
Right. I mean, it's starting to get to the point where it's getting pretty even. I've had a couple of successes in a row.
Yeah, I mean, he was 1 for 2 there, so I mean that's statistically about what's supposed to happen.
All right, so we have 751 experience each. That should put you at 36,283 experience total. Alrighty. I'm going to close out the stream. So if you're watching, thanks so much. Really appreciate it for the Ill-Fated coming out on Turkey weekend, Thanksgiving weekend for their session here. Awesome work.
Yeah, this was such a weird
Yeah, it turned into like shopping to like, no, it was like, we're going shopping, then we're not going to go shopping, then we're going to go shopping. We're not going to go shopping, but we're going to go shopping.
But there's some shopping.
And then we got offered rewards twice and turned them both down.
Twice rewards. Both down. The Ill-Fated, nah, we shoot ourselves in the foot, okay? We don't want no handout. No gold.
It's so bad. Like, why? Why don't we take any of the gold? We're gonna run out.
What do
We-
you think? We still
wasn't
have like
here, and
15
We
grand.
literally
wasn't
had the 3 worst people to take a reward. We
Yeah,
have
that's the
2
problem.
characters who don't care about money at all.
Look,
And
man,
everyone.
I don't know if you realize these
What is this,
wizards they
charity?
eat up half your fucking day. Just you want to copy one spell in your book, there's a day gone.
I love it. It's great. Okay,
It's like-
well,
Yeah.
hopefully you join us for next weekend when we get going again. faded, and as they navigate down the river, and we'll see what happens with this halfling. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, that
Mhm.
was bye.
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 God, why is